right. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie. I am your host and moderator for tonight's debate between Dr. Dino and Charlie, or another skeptical guy. This is round two of a debate trilogy that we have planned for everybody, specifically on the topic: is there good or reasonable scientific evidence for evolution? And I am excited for this, as this is a 2-in-1 event, as we've been doing every couple weeks or so. And the format for our 2-in-1 events are going to be a formal debate between Kent and Charlie here for about an hour. And then we will open up the mic for people to join for questions, maybe some impromptu debate for the next hour. And then after that, it'll just be a general open mic for a couple hours. And so I think this should be a good night. And with that, gentlemen, let's get acquainted a little bit before we get into the debate itself. Charlie, let's start with you. Great to have you back. I appreciate you being willing to hang out with us creationists for these important debates. So Charlie, how you been? And a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Charlie, another skeptical guy. This is my third internet debut debate. Thanks to Donnie. My first was with the esteemed gentleman adjacent to my screen, Mr. Kent. As you guys know, I'm on the evolution side. I believe that the Earth is a billion years old, and I believe that humans arose through natural processes. So yeah, my degree's in physics, and so yeah, that's about it.
Okay, Charlie, I appreciate the introduction again. It's great to have you. I should have at least one of your previous debates linked in the description box for people to see. You also had a debate with Professor David McQueen recently on young Earth creation.
That was fun. I like debating him.
Yes, it was. Okay, Dr. Dino, great to have you back, brother. You're certainly no stranger to debates. And so how have you been? And also a little bit about yourself.
Well, yes, good to be back with you, brother. My name's Kent Hovind. I've been a Baptist preacher 50 years coming up this May, and taught high school science and math 15 years. I take the position the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. There is no evidence whatsoever of any animal ever evolving into some other kind of animal. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. He said it 24 times in the first 7 chapters. That's all anybody's ever seen. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Evolution is not science. It's a religious belief. You can believe whatever you want, but it's not science, even if it turns out later to be true. Until then, it hasn't been proven to be true. It's not in the science category. It should be taught in a private school to those who wish to pay and come learn it. It should not be in our public school system. So good to have you with us, Charlie, and we will try to get you straightened out tonight. Okay, thank you.
That's right, Kent. Thank you very much for the intro. And I will give a shout out to an in-person debate that we'll be hosting in just a couple days. If I'm not mistaken, Jackson Rowe is with you right now, Kent, in the audience to enjoy this debate. We'll be having this one on the 14th. You and Jackson in person. I'm excited.
He's right here, and he says hi, Donnie. Yeah, he's sitting in the front row, second row. Okay.
There you go. Sounds good. Okay. Well, this is going to be fun. Charlie and Kent, let's get right into it. So for the audience sake, it's going to be informal in the sense that we're just going to be focusing on one topic at a time, having some discussion on each topic, and making sure we're as equally timed as possible as well in our discussion. So Charlie, we're going to hand it to you. Pick your first point or topic to cover, and then we'll go back and forth from there. So Charlie, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Absolutely. All right. And you don't have to zoom in on my face this time. It always makes my pores look gigantic. So yeah, after our first debate, I was thinking, I was like, okay, so what topics can we bring up? You don't want to rehash the same old topic unless Kent would like to, in which case I'm more than happy to. But I was thinking about what other topics to bring up, what other evidences that I could bring up, and I thought that it might be good to bring up a more general scientific, a more general way in which we prove any theory or any hypothesis in science, um, and if it can make a novel prediction, then that's usually a pretty good indication that we're in the ballpark. So a great example of this is the CMB radiation. The Big Bang theory. Big Bang predicts that there would be some latent radiation around the Earth, around the universe, and we expected to be able to detect that, to see that. Lo and behold, a few scientists with their machinery were able to find that radiation around where it was predicted to be. And we were like, hey, and then you see pieces start to fall apart, fall together. You got the radiation. We observe planets and stars and moving away from us. So we can look at that as hey, Big Bang Theory, it has to be true based on these observations. But you can apply the same thing to evolution. We predicted that we would see certain transitional fossils, certain organisms that are um, between birds and reptiles, etc. So, and lo and behold, we see that as well. We see Archaeopteryx and we see Tiktaalik, and that's to name but two of them. Tiktaalik being a very famous one, obviously, one of the first vertebrae, or the first vertebrae to be able to walk or move about on land with bones in the fins, emulating what looks to be wrists and excuse me, sorry, drinking a soda, and fingers. And Archaeopteryx, of course, between reptiles and birds. Now, a counter to this that creationists use is they will, say, well, show me another transitional fossil, and this can go on ad infinitum, where it's a moving of the goalposts. But unfortunately, that's not really a valid argument, because we Tiktaalik, for example, can breathe underwater and it can move on land. It was the first creature to be able to do that. Obviously, it could not breathe. I don't believe it could breathe on water, though. To breathe on land. Don't hold me to that. So we have these that are proof. But like Archaeopteryx, between reptiles and birds, and that does not look like some chimera-esque creature. So yeah, that's my opening point. That one of the best ways to know if a scientific proof is valid is if it can make scientific hypothesis is valid, or a theory is valid, as if it can make novel predictions. And I claim that because of the transitional fossils we see, that that evolution we found because we predicted they would be there based on our knowledge of evolution.
Okay, Charlie, thank you very much for those opening points. That was about 4 minutes, and so we'll hand it over to Kent for equal time. Kent, whenever you're ready, you got 4 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think I can make a novel prediction also. I predict that if you crossbreed your cows, you will always get a cow. Always. No exceptions. If you crossbreed your dogs, you will always get a dog. You may get a variety. There are now 450 recognized breeds of cows, and they might have had a common ancestor called a cow. Nobody's ever observed a cow produce a non-cow. Finding it as a fossil would certainly not count in any honest court of law. If you find a fossil in the dirt, or all you could prove is it died. You could not prove it had any children. You could not prove it's transitional between anything. All you know is it died. That's it. The ones you named, Tiktaalik, Archaeopteryx, all you really know from those fossils is they died. You don't know they had any children. This is where you have to imagine, SpongeBob style, that they were able to do something in the past that no animal today can do. No animal today is transitioning. There's still a whole lot of fish in the water. How come none of those are transitioning to the land? And if you find one that has fins and is able to go out on land for a while and walk around and go back into the water, that doesn't prove it's transitioning. It could have been designed to do just that. There are many areas of the world where during rainy season, it's wet and then things dry out. They got to survive on land for a while. They survive in water for a while, then on land for a while. Maybe it was designed to do that, and maybe it's not transitioning to anything. Maybe it's just a creature that's gone extinct. Extinction is the opposite of evolution, absolute opposite. What we've observed all through history, cows produce cows. There are no exceptions. Dogs produce dogs. It just simply, it's imagination to believe anything else. All kinds of breeds of cows in the world, and God said they would bring forth after their kind, after their kind, after their kind. It's mentioned 26 times in the first 7 chapters. And I predict it'll always be that way. Ask anybody that raises dogs, dog breeders or pigeon breeders or anything. Everything produces after their kind. There are no exceptions. So that's a prediction that proves that science backs up the Bible and creation. I predict, you said they predicted radiation from the Big Bang. Charles, you don't know that they predicted that ahead of time, but if they predicted that radiation and found radiation, that still wouldn't prove a Big Bang. I could predict if we dig someplace, we're going to find a dead body. And by chance, we'll find a dead body there. Okay? Does that prove that I knew something ahead of time? Does it prove that the guy we're accusing of the murder did the murder? There's lots of other ways around this. So if they find a Big Bang, if they find a radiation, that's not proof of a Big Bang. That could be. It also could be proof of who knows any other thing. And we see the stars moving away. Actually, all we see is a red shift. And we assume it's the Doppler effect. I believe it probably is. I don't know of another explanation. The Doppler effect is what you get when you're sitting still in your car and a train comes by, with sound anyway. It squeezes the sound wave together and raises the pitch when it's coming in. And as it leaves, it stretches the sound waves out and lowers the pitch. So you hear, that's called the Doppler effect. As far as we know, it works with sound and it works with light. If a moving object, if a illuminated object is moving toward you, it would compress the light waves. If it's moving away from you, it would refract them or stretch them. I believe that's probably true. I taught physical science 15 years. I'm pretty familiar with all that. So if we see stars that appear to be giving a red shift, the lines in the spectrum are shifted toward the red, and it looks like they're probably moving away. I wouldn't argue that. That still doesn't prove a Big Bang. The Bible says 17 times that God stretched out the heavens. Maybe it's proving the Bible true. The Bible says God created the earth first and then the stars, and he stretched them out into place. That's what it says. And so if we see a red shift, if all the stars in all directions are giving a red shift, maybe that means the Bible's true. They're all moving away from Earth. Is this the center of the Big Bang, the Earth? Because all the stars seem to be moving away from this spot. Maybe it proves the Bible is true. So I think you've got some good observations. You see, let's say Tiktaalik, or I've got Tiktaalik in here, or you see what you think is some kind of intermediate. Is Tiktaalik evidence? Tiktaalik, there it is, right there. They say it's coming out on land. It could be, as I said, a fish that does that normally. That's what it always does. It has to live on land part of the life, or maybe it goes up on land to lay the eggs. How many animals do that? Live in the water, swim up, go up on land, lay their eggs, and go back to the water. We don't know. It's certainly not proof of a missing link. And it would take a whole bunch more than one. And why are no animals able to do this today? Evolution says it happened in the past. We're supposed to believe it. I want to see it. Until then, it's not science. It's not observable. I'm sorry, I went over time here. So I say, I'm sorry. I think you have good observation and the wrong conclusion, Charles. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, thank you very much for that first response. Charlie, we're going to hand it back to you. Take as much time as you need to respond. The floor is yours.
Yep. So first thing is CMB was predicted in 1948, and then it wasn't like observed until around 1964. So I believe those are the dates. So Kent, I do actually have a question for you. So you say that we don't believe, we have a fossil that only proves something died and not that it reproduced, right? But is that consistent with what we observe now? Do we not observe that creatures, organisms now reproduce? Would we not expect Tiktaalik to reproduce? Is that the expectation?
The fact that we find fossils at all, I think, is evidence of Noah's flood. Where are fossils forming today? There's not a problem finding fossils. There are trillions of them in the ground. We don't see them forming today. I think probably all the fossils we find formed in one big event called Noah's flood. Yes, it's logical to say all animals that we know of today reproduce, but I'm saying if it was a court of law and you're claiming this one fossil you found has some power that no other animals today have, then the burden of proof's on you to prove this one did have babies that were different and kept changing to different. And to go from a reptile to a bird, dinosaur to a bird or something, which is, I think, real dumb, that would take trillions and trillions of changes, not just one, trillions of changes.
Absolutely. It would take trillions and
So
trillions
where are
of
they?
changes.
And until you can prove that it happened, it's just not science. That's all I'm saying. Believe it if you want. But science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. It's knowledge gained through observation. We don't observe it. We observe some dead bones in the dirt. That's all you observed. Science is a knowledge gained by observation. We don't observe any animal today growing legs and coming out on land. And there's a whole lot of fish in the ocean, a whole lot of them. Why don't any of them do it today? Why did it only happen once, long ago and far away?
I think there are mud skippers, right? They come out. Well, they sort of just, but like when I was researching Tiktaalik, like those are they're very closely related. Tiktaalik and mud. I think that's the name, mud skippers. Is that right, Ken? I think.
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with mud skippers. And mud skippers, when they have babies, they grow up to be mud skippers. Every time.
Absolutely. But I did want to just sort of revisit. This isn't about the Big Bang. This debate's not about it. It's about evolution. But I did want to just sort of address something. So you said, the stars moving away, that alone doesn't prove the Big Bang, and I would agree. Not one piece of evidence would support any scientific theory, but the observation that the stars are moving away, coupled with the fact that we know that there is CMB radiation, those two things jointly together, are proof of a Big Bang. Same thing.
Use the word proof way too flippantly. It's maybe an evidence that you choose to interpret that way, but it's definitely not proof of a Big Bang. It's another bit of evidence, Your Honor. He's got two bits of evidence that he thinks support his religion, that we all came from a dot of nothing. The Big Bang, we do see a red shift. I agree. We do think that probably indicates the stars are moving away. I would agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily the only conclusion we have to reach, but it's probably the most logical conclusion. Yes, the stars are probably moving away, the red shift, the Doppler effect. Okay. Now, maybe someday they'll find another complete new cause of that. Maybe light gets tired traveling great distances. I get tired traveling great distances. Maybe there's another cause for it. But the fact is, you're using the word proof, like I said, way too flippantly. This is an evidence that you've chose to interpret in light of your religion for evolution and Big Bang. Do you really believe all the matter in the universe? This is what the Big Bang teaches. Everything in the universe was in a dot smaller than a period.
I don't believe all the matter was in a dot smaller than a period. I believe all the energy was.
So all the energy in the world was in this dot smaller than a period. All the energy of all the stars. It's a pretty hot dot, isn't it? Where did that energy come?
Really hot.
Where did that energy come from?
That's one of the great mysteries. It could be a god. I'm not sure. It could be a god.
Or it didn't happen. Is that even an option with you? Maybe
the universe. For the Big Bang? No. There's just way too many. There's too much corroborating evidence to prove the Big Bang.
I thought you were a skeptical guy. Aren't you skeptical of the idea that everything in the universe grew from smaller than a single atom to bigger than a galaxy in a fraction of a second?
I'm absolutely skeptical of that. And that theory is held to the highest level of scrutiny.
Okay. Well, I think you ought to be more skeptical to believe all the matter in the universe, first of all, could even fit in that dot. Matter, time, space, energy, everything. And what was before that? If this was 13.772.5 billion years ago, what was before that? Where was all this energy?
Skeptics is me accepting something that's written in a book by men a long time ago. That's foolish.
This European Space Agency wrote this down and probably got a peer-reviewed article published on it that said time, space, and matter all began with the Big Bang. They don't know any such thing. In a fraction of a second, the universe grew from smaller than a single atom to bigger than a galaxy. For heaven's sake, if you're a skeptical guy, be skeptical of that.
Once again, I reiterate, your version of saying, being skeptical of this is accepting something that was written in a book, aka the Bible.
No. Forget the Bible. Doesn't matter. Are you skeptical of the idea that you could fit everything in a dot smaller than an atom? That's pretty small.
Everything. Once again, I just want to make the distinction that it's energy that we're talking about. It's energy that's in the dot. And
wait. No, this says time, space, and matter was all in this dot. Not just energy.
Looks like it says it began with the Big Bang. I think that's the phraseology that they use.
This is commonly taught. Forbes magazine teaches it. It all came from a little dot. Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. Universe began as a tiny, dense fireball that exploded. Believe that if you want. I think you ought to be skeptical of that.
I am skeptical of it, but once again, the evidence supports everything that we see, observe in the physical universe, supports that theory.
Well, it does not. I think everything that we see supports the idea there has to be a creator who's outside of time, space, matter. He governs time, space, matter. The guy who made my computer is not in the computer running around changing the pixels on the screen. He's outside of the computer. The God that I worship is outside of time, space, matter. I don't think it supports Big Bang. It supports the idea there is something way bigger than we know, i.e. God. But see, I'm not asking everybody to pay to teach my theory in school. You guys are demanding that we teach the Big Bang theory, which is a religion in all the public schools.
I don't have a problem with religion being taught at public schools, but there's religion class, and then there's science class.
Right, and Big Bang should be in a religion class. So should evolution. It's a religion. It's not. You don't observe any of it. We can observe.
It is science. It is peer-reviewed science.
I know you wish that's true.
That people base tons of brilliant science off of, and have based it off since its inception.
Well, this is standard mantra that you guys go through. I know you believe it, and you've got a lot of other people to believe it. There's also a whole lot of people that don't believe it. If we're going to go by majority opinion, which means nothing in any argument, I think that's a bad road to go down. The fact is, it is not observable to
peer
see.
Review, and are you conflating peer review and majority opinion?
That's what
Those
peer
are not
review
the
is.
same thing at all.
Well, the peers,
Consensus.
Adolf Hitler's peers reviewed and said, wow, yeah, we should kill all the Jews. That was peer reviewed to kill all the Jews. 55 million Germans went along with it.
So,
and they did. They
so these scientists are equal to the scientists of Nazi Germany?
I'm pointing out that majority opinion does not prove anything, and peer-reviewed journal does not mean anything. An important scientific study proves, here we go, an important scientific study proves that the results of a scientific study depends entirely on where the funding is coming from. Bingo. Now that one I would agree with. I collect biology books. I got, I don't know, maybe over 100 of them here. The evolutionists, it won't get published in a peer-reviewed journal if it doesn't bow down to the sacred cow of evolution. Here's a picture of an asteroid.
Yes, because if it's peer-reviewed, they're not going to agree with that. That's why it wouldn't be published in a peer-reviewed journal, because it wouldn't be peer-reviewed. Or it would be, and it would be deemed that this is not scientifically viable.
Why didn't they ask me if I approved of it? I would say, no, that's not science. They only ask others who already believe that. Just like communist China, they already, how about majority opinion in China is proof that communism is good. There's way more Chinese than there are Americans. And you will not get a journal published in a Chinese magazine that goes against communism or the leader. Does that prove he's a good guy? No.
So the totalitarian regime in China is equal to what is happening in the United States?
It's
as far as evolution is concerned, and like this idea that all these scientists believe evolution because there's some pressure from outside forces saying, oh, you must believe evolution because there's this bigger idea that, oh, it's a war against God. It's something like that. Is that the idea? So
Well, I'm
were
not sure what all the
equal
motives are,
to the
but
total.
I think you're missing the point completely. The fact is, and first, it's not true that the majority of scientists believe in evolution. I don't think you could prove that. They've done lots of surveys and find a lot. Carl Sagan said 40%, I think, of scientists believe in naturalistic evolution. Depends what you mean by the word evolution. But take all the surveys you want. Even if everybody believes something, it doesn't make it true. Everybody could believe we all came from mice eating the green cheese on the moon and they jumped down here to the earth. Everybody could choose to believe that. How many peer-reviewed journals are there that go against Islam or go against Muhammad? If you disagree, they cut your head off.
Once again, these are all happening in places with totalitarian governments, with authoritarian governments.
Is it possible that we have that in the science in America? Is it possible it's got to that point where you don't dare speak out against evolution,
At
or you
the
don't
same
get
level as
peer-reviewed?
like in Nazi Germany? Absolutely not.
I think it is. What you're in Virginia, you said. If a professor stood up in a college in Virginia, public university, and told his students, I don't believe evolution has ever been demonstrated. I think evolution is something we believe by faith, and it's not part of science. He would lose his job, wouldn't he?
I'm not sure. I can't say with any definitive.
A lot of them already have. Many professors have already lost their job because they didn't teach the evolution theory. They didn't believe the evolution theory. They wouldn't support it. Hitler outlawed opposition. He took it to another extreme. They don't quite do that here, but they'll fire you. Many journalists have lost their job writing for newspapers and articles because they chose to not publish in favor of evolution. I can get all that stuff together for you if you'd like. Alongside the atheist majority, 60%, sizable minorities of Russian Orthodox, 20%. So majority opinion doesn't mean anything. That's why your peer-reviewed argument is meaningless. In a court of law, it'd be thrown out at instant. Your Honor, this does not prove anything. An honest judge would say, you're right. The fact that a lot of people believe something doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it true at all. So it's not true that the Big Bang is believed by a majority of people. It's certainly not true it's believed by the majority of people. Maybe like some scientists fell for that. But it's just, back to the argument. I said, all we've ever observed is cows produce cows, mud skippers produce mud skippers. Maybe Tiktaalik, all it ever could produce was another Tiktaalik. Why do you believe you found some bones in the dirt that are dead and don't talk? But you've chosen to believe they were able to do something that no animal today can do. Are the mud skippers slowly becoming land-dwelling creatures?
Yeah, probably.
Well, let's watch them. How many generations have they seen of mud skippers? I think you get a new generation every year, maybe 2 a year with mud skippers. We could watch hundreds of generations. All we've ever seen is they make more baby mud skippers. We could check the DNA and find out, wow, that's all they make. So you can believe that they change.
And once again, evolution also says that it will always create baby mud skippers or always create more cows. It will never outgrow its clade. Law of monophyly. It says that. You know,
good.
We agree on that. That
you agree
like
that
Tiktaalik were both vertebrates. Yes.
Okay, then you agree that this chart connecting everything is baloney. This is imagination. This is religious. This is not science. These charts, these family trees, are pure religion. Nope, you agree. They always bring forth after their kind, like you just said. Butterflies make baby butterflies. You might get a whole variety of them. But that doesn't prove butterflies are related to beavers and birds, like this chart shows our kids. The chart on the right is real science. The chart on the left is pure propaganda. This is not science. To say butterflies and frogs and sunflowers and sharks have a common ancestor. That's not science.
It is, because they're all eukaryotes. They're all
brother,
eukaryotes.
I could say
Why would they not have a common ancestor?
Well,
if they're all eukaryotes.
Ink pens and battleships are both attracted by gravity. That proves they're related. What do you mean they're all eukaryotes? That's a great design. Doesn't prove their relationship because they all have a similar cell structure. That's not proof of a common design and not proof of a common ancestor. It could be either way. My point is, both creation and evolution have to be taken by faith. I admit mine's a faith. You don't admit yours is a faith. You said the mud skippers are always going to bring forth mud skippers because that's the way it is, the law of monophyly. Well, what happened to the protozoa on this chart? How did it become a shark? Apparently, it didn't stay in its kind, did it?
Well, it's still a eukaryote.
Okay.
So that is its kind. Would you not agree that we are in the kingdom? I think it's eukaryota. I think is what it is.
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with all that, but again, that's not evidence of a relationship. Nails are made out of iron, so are battleships. Does that prove they're related? Or is that a good
Yeah,
building
they're
material?
both made out of iron. Yeah.
That's a good material to build things out of. Maybe eukaryotic cell growth is a good way to build cells, and it's used for lots of different things. Maybe the designer designed all kinds of different creatures to have eukaryotic cells. Is that even a possibility with you?
That a designer on that one piece of evidence, like, sure. But once again, one of the issues I feel is that you're trying to just pin us or pin evolutionists on one line of evidence. But so the fact that we're all eukaryotes, coupled with the novel predictions made by evolution, coupled with the genetic similarities, like, then that's just to name a few things, right? So like those three things together are what are used to create the theory of evolution, not just one thing on its own.
Okay. If you ever watched any courtroom TV kind of stuff, you see the one side presents 5 different lines of evidence that this guy's guilty. Then the defense comes up and presents counters their evidence, or explains this can be interpreted quite a few different ways. And he gives another line of evidence that says, no, it's not true. What we have here is you have chosen to believe that different lines of evidence point to a common ancestor. Like this chart shows a protozoa becoming a biology teacher. They're both made of eukaryotic cells. Okay, I could say, Your Honor, this is proof of a common designer. It's a good design that works. Ford and Chevy both make trucks with round tires on them. Whoa, not square, not triangle, round. That's proof they came from a skateboard.
Okay, but then you would have. Sorry, go
You're
ahead.
getting good observation, coming to the wrong conclusion. That's all.
But then you would have to go ahead, and say, okay, so I think this shows common designer, and then you would have to say, oh, and here's all this other evidence besides a book of circular logic that proves a god or a common designer, right? Like, you would have to be able to say that, and then many other things to say, oh yeah, no, there's definitely a common designer.
Okay, I would say if we look at any single chromosome in any living thing, one chromosome in your body, one chromosome is more complex than the space shuttle. Average person has about 100 trillion cells. Each of those cells, except for the gametes, have 46 chromosomes. Each chromosome, if you unwound it, would be 6 feet long. That's the code to make you. That code, stretched end to end, would go across the solar system twice. That's the DNA from one person. Your Honor, I think that's too complex to have happened by chance. If he wishes to believe this unbelievably complex code happened by chance, he can believe that. All of our computer code is binary, black and white, or ones and zeros. The DNA code is quaternary, CATG. This is thousands of times more complex than our binary code, and it goes across the solar system twice from one person. And you want me to believe that nobody wrote that code?
Yeah.
And that code can get copied to make children, and then they can copy the code.
Well, not that nobody wrote it. I mean, once again, I can't say definitively that there is no outside of time and outside of space-time God, right? Like, sure, I can make peace that might be. But the idea that all of the creatures on Earth were created by a common designer, that just doesn't hold water for me.
Okay, it does for me.
Right, but there's no other evidence that there is a designer, right? You say, show me evidence that of a cow producing like a cat, right? Just for example, right? So I'm saying, okay, even though that's not what evolution says, and you're trying to say that, oh, it's a designer. You can't show me a designer, right? But I can show you transitional fossils. I can show you fossil records. I can show you CMB. And you just say, oh, well, that's not science, because that, doesn't, I don't think that works.
Okay. First of all, you cannot show anybody transitional fossils. You can show people fossils and you can tell them it's a transitional, but you don't know it's transitional. All you're showing them is a fossil. Now, if I'm walking through my gravel pit here in Lenox, Alabama, we have thousands of tons of iron ore. Okay, the soil is orange around here because of the iron ore. If I find this nail laying on the gravel in this gravel pit, it's made of iron. These iron ore stones are made of iron. Therefore, I believe nobody made this. I think just this nail shows clear evidence of design. Somebody designed it. I don't know who, I don't know where. I might not even know what for. I happen to know what nails are for. But if I find this, it's evidence of a design. Now, who designed it? I don't know. Doesn't matter. If you look at one cell in your body, Charles, one single cell in your body, you ought to say, wow, this can't happen by chance with trillions and quadrillions of years. Somebody had to design the DNA code, the way that it replicates, where one loop goes backwards to replicate backwards. Just study how DNA, how chromosomes split down the middle and make a copy of themselves. This code is phenomenal. The code, the number of lines of code to run this little clock is probably thousands and thousands, maybe even millions of lines of code in a little computer to run a clock. The code to run your body is trillions of times more complex than that. And you have chosen to believe, against all common sense, that nobody wrote that code. I say you're welcome to believe that, but it's not science. It's a religion. You believe in evolution. You believe all the DNA in your body is a result of billions and billions of blind chance random mutations and mistakes and typographical errors. I'm sorry, you've chosen a religious belief, and you've chosen to not believe it's a religion. That's your choice.
Oh, well,
now, it's my choice to tell people I don't believe that.
And there are mistakes within this code, right? So it's not perfect, and that's one of the reasons why I don't think that there's this perfect creator, right? Like, for example, like men's reproductive organs are on the outside, same thing outside of their body. Same thing with a lot of mammals are like that. That's not
right.
That's not desirable, because that's very exposed, and over time, when it gets cold, not to get too crass, like if you've ever gone swimming in a lake when it's cold, guys know what happens, right? Like there is some evolutionary design there to keep the sperm warm, right? Like so that can happen, but then there are like boars, right, with tusks that can grow too big and pierce their skulls and kill them, right? If it's a perfect designer, why would he design that? Why would he design something that why would he design that to happen? Right? That doesn't make sense for an omnipotent, perfect designer.
Well, first of all, I think it is an amazing design. The fact that there's little muscles that can retract the testicles up to keep them warmer and down. They have to be a couple degrees lower than body temperature, or in order for reproduction to happen. Okay, it's an amazing design, and we have special muscles that attach to the vas deferens that pull it up and down to keep it closer to the body, or further. When it's really hot, they hang down further. When it's cold, they're up tighter. So this is amazing design. And even if we don't know why, maybe that's just one of the reasons, quickly off the top of my head, that I remember why, but maybe there is a better reason. We just don't understand it yet. I mean, if you put a 4-year-old under the hood of your car and said, what's this thing for? You don't know. You don't know what anything's for under that car, under that hood. But the fact that he doesn't know doesn't mean there isn't a cause or a use for it, or a purpose or a design behind it. Maybe there's a design we just don't know yet. But I think that the complexity of nature, the complexity of anything we see, from the galaxies spinning around to the atoms spinning around. How on earth do you get electrons that are negatively charged spinning around a nucleus, which has protons and neutrons, and the neutrons are positively charged and they don't explode? How can all those positively charged particles stick together? Gluons? There's just things we don't understand. Have to say, wow, it's an amazing design. from the microcosm to the macrocosm. See, I don't have a problem, Charlie, giving God the glory for his creation. I don't know why you do, but I don't have a problem. I can look at the stars up here in Lenox and say, wow, God, you're amazing. You look at the stars and say, whoa, that all came from a dot.
I think it's beautiful and amazing and fascinating and intriguing, and it, makes me hope that someday we can get out there and see what else is out there and explore like that. That's the scientific endeavor, right? Like, but just saying, like, just taking a book's word for it and not making the discoveries on one's own seems foolish. It seems like a waste of potential, a waste of our collective human intellect to just say, oh, this book that was written by men a few thousand years, I don't know when the Bible was written, a few thousand years ago.
Well, you seem to have a bias against this book for some reason. Let me just point out, if you study the history of science, nearly all of the major inventions for history for the last 2,000 years have come from men who believed this book, who did great inventions, great, amazing things they discovered because they believed that book.
I don't deny that creationists or people who believe in the Bible can't do amazing things. Never would I say that or espouse that. But I believe that when it comes to scientific predictions, I don't think we should look to the Bible for where we get our science from.
Well, the Bible says they're always going to bring forth after their kind, always. I think if we look at everything any biologist has ever done or any farmer has ever done, they'll say, wow, cows produce cows, dogs produce dogs, and there seems to be a limit. They have bigger dogs and little dogs, but there's a limit. They're still producing dogs. Even atheists will agree that all the dogs probably came from a dog-like creature, like a wolf or some kind. And so I think the Bible would predict they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. I'd say, wow, that's a scientific prediction. I bet if you crossbreed bacteria, you can get a new bacteria, get born, grow up, get married, and have babies in 8 hours. So you can have 3 generations per day. I will make a scientific prediction. If I give you some bacteria and you take them in the laboratory and you can nuke them and microwave them and x-ray them and show them war movies and do whatever you want to those bacteria, they will always produce bacteria. And you might get some wide variety of bacteria, might get some strange looking ones, but they're going to be a bacteria, and they're only going to be able to produce other baby bacteria. That's a prediction.
Then you breed those strange looking ones with other strange looking ones, then they'll have strange looking ones to the squared, and then you keep doing that. And see, Kent, you're almost there with like how evolution happens. You keep doing that, and eventually over billions of years, you get to humans. And I have no problem believing that. Or
just imagine if we had billions of years, it would happen. Just imagine. You and SpongeBob get along great.
Kent, I love SpongeBob.
I bet you do. I believe it. So, okay, Donnie, that's been an hour, but my prediction is they're always going to bring forth after their kind. Always. It's all anybody's ever seen in the history of the world.
And
nobody's ever seen
the law of modifiability, they will produce I won't say kind because that seems like a nebulous term, but they will produce after. You will never grow out your parent clade, right? Like we're eukaryotes, we are vertebrae, like Tiktaalik, we are apes, Homo sapiens.
Speak for yourself on that one.
Well, but here's a genuine question, right? Like you see the similarities between us and chimpanzees, right? Like obviously they're not one for one identical, but you see the overall skeletal similarities and general similarities, right?
I agree. There are thousands of similarities, and that proves the same designer made them. There are thousands of similarities between the Chevy Silverado and the GMC, whatever they make. And I think there's a lot of similarities in different cars coming out of General Motors factories because the same guys are making them. I think if you study chimpanzees compared to humans, you also find thousands of differences. Do they have any kind of moral code? Do the chimpanzees feel bad when they kill the neighbor's baby? No.
I think we have seen that like chimpanzees do show remorse and show certain levels of emotion, right? Like I think that's like pretty well documented.
Oh, Would you trust a chimpanzee with your baby?
I mean, obviously not, but like chimpanzees with other like they said, like I saw this is a really morbid story, but I saw like a story of like this chimpanzee that couldn't get pregnant. It was like a video, and it like stole a baby chimpanzee and like then like threw it off a cliff or something to kill it, like because it had like it was showing jealousy, right? Like, so that is an emotion. There's also compassion, and like from what like Jane Goodall, was it was Jane Goodall, right? Like she did a
Right.
lot of work. She did a
Lived
lot
with
of
the
work
apes.
with,
Mhm.
yeah, she did a lot of work with the apes. Like we've seen lower level emotions, like, but we don't see that with many other species, but we see it with apes. So why would we
Okay.
be so close to, in like the creationist mind, why would we be so close to apes, but not so close with everything else? Like, is God creating everything similarly, or or not, right?
Well, again, the fact that there are similarities in an honest court of law, you could argue this is proof of common ancestry. I could argue, Your Honor, this is proof of common designer. We're both telling what we believe to be the answer. Neither of us can prove it.
But then
You
I would have to
believe,
ask like other proof of of this common designer, of this God. Like what else? What else do you have?
well, on that, I would say in an honest court of law, that one bit of evidence would be thrown out, and one by one, all of the bits of evidence would be thrown out. You're trying to make it sound like there's an accumulation of evidence when each one independently won't stand up. I bet
Well,
the
but
number of
that's just the point, right? Like together, all of them
Right.
together, that's how you build a theory. You don't build a theory on one piece of evidence. You build it over a series of observation, a series of collective evidences, a series of collected data points. That's how you
Okay.
build a theory.
Well, I've been wanting somebody who's good with computers to find an answer to this one. They now have robots that can mimic humans and dance and all kinds of stuff. You've seen those robots, AI. How many lines of code are there to tell that robot just to bend his finger? Robot, bend this finger. I bet let's pick a number and say there's 10,000 lines of code, computer code, just to bend the finger. Okay. Now, to bend all the fingers and to do it synchronized to music, oh, wow, that would take a bunch of lines of code. Now, so if humans have a bunch of lines of DNA code that tell them how to bend their fingers, and chimpanzees have a bunch of lines of code that are the same to do the same thing, that's proof the same guy's writing the code. It's not proof of a common ancestor. The same designers wrote the code. That's what it is. Microsoft PowerPoint has thousands of lines of code that are identical to Microsoft Word, identical lines of code. And because the same guys are writing the code. And the DNA code to write Charles, make your body, is trillions of times more complex than the DNA, than the code to make a computer. It's primitive. Computers, even the robots, they're primitive compared to the real Charles. And you think it happened by chance. I say, look, Your Honor, he can believe whatever he wants, but that's not science. Can't you just admit this is what you believe and quit making all of us pay for it?
Like, so,
Donnie.
Gentlemen,
yeah,
I was just going to jump in. We just hit the hour mark. And so, firstly, to be fair, just so you both feel like you've had enough time addressing each other's points, leaving no stone unturned, let's give you each a minute or two summary. Let's say 2 minutes, Charlie. So if there's anything you want to respond to there, feel free to do so in your 2-minute summary. Then we'll go through some questions that came in, and then we'll open it up for a little open mic. And so for those in the chat that do want to join for some live Q&A, some impromptu discussion, then feel free to click the StreamYard link that I just posted. We want to, of course, keep the open mic professional, focusing on one topic at a time and keeping it cordial. So, okay, Charlie, let's give you a couple minutes or whatever you need for a summary. We'll do the same for Kent. Then we'll do a couple questions and then open up the mic. Go ahead.
Yep. So my whole
Oh, I think Charlie accidentally clicked the leave button, but we got you back.
That was well done. Well done, me. Yeah, so my whole I hit like Control or Alt or a combination of them or something. My whole thesis for tonight was to present a bunch of different evidences and together prove that and together postulate that these evidences together are what proves in evolution, not just one evidence alone. That's not how science works. That's not how that's just not how science works. No scientific theory has been based on just one piece of evidence. It is collective evidence that produces novel predictions. Like, we expected to see a transitional fossil between the vertebrae in the water and the vertebrae on land, and lo and behold, we see Tiktaalik. Same thing between reptiles and birds. We see Archaeopteryx. These predictions. These were predicted by the theory of evolution, and then we found them by using paleontology and paleobiology. So that's my closing statement, my summary.
Charlie, appreciate it. Kent, we'll throw it over to you. Feel free to take a couple minutes for a summary. Floor is yours.
All right. I think in every court of law in any free country, this happens all the time. One side presents bits of evidence, the other side refutes them one at a time, or tries to refute them. And then in Charlie's case, he thinks each of his bits of refuted evidence now accumulates into something that's proven. One by one, you've not proven any of them are true. Tiktaalik is a dead animal. It's a fossil. You don't know that there were two Tiktaaliks to have babies at all. You don't know that they changed to something else. We have creatures today that are still crawling out on land, like the mud skipper. Why don't they evolve to something else? So I think you keep falling back on things like Tiktaalik. That's not proof that it's changing to anything else. All you really know about Tiktaalik is it died. You couldn't prove it had any kids that lived. You couldn't prove it had any kids that lived that were different. Any honest judge would say, you're right, that evidence, throw it out. Okay, what else? What's next? And one by one, all your evidences are going to be thrown out, and you choose to continue believing them. That's your privilege. But don't call it science, and certainly don't call evolution proven. There are 7,000 varieties of potatoes in the world. There are 14 varieties of finches. Charlie Darwin was really big on shooting birds. He hated birds because he loved worms. He shot all kinds of birds, put them into piles, said there's 14 kinds of finches. I agree, Charlie. They had a common ancestor called a finch. 352 species of pigeons and doves probably had a common ancestor called a dove or a pigeon, whichever one. 352 varieties of pigeon had a common ancestor. That is not proof enough to make a chart like this that the pigeon and the frog and the sunflower are related to the dog, the duck came from a common ancestor. You guys get these little tiny bits of evidence, 14 kinds of birds, and say that's proof birds are related to dinosaurs and bananas. That's ridiculous. It's not science. So, okay, Donnie, audience time.
Okay, thank you for that summary, gentlemen. That was a very enjoyable first hour. I enjoyed the interaction, Kent and Charlie. Okay, so let's get to some of these questions, and reminder to the audience, the StreamYard link is now posted if you'd like to join the show. And so, okay, let's start at the beginning here. One of your biggest fans, Kent, Creationist Crybaby, would never miss one of your programs or debates. And so here he is with a question for you. So he says, Kent, can you admit that millions of fossil organisms found in well-dated rock sequences represent successions of forms through time and manifest many evolutionary transitions?
No. Next question.
Short and sweet.
Hang on. I will admit there are millions of fossilized creatures in the ground. Billions, trillions, if you want to get to microscopic stuff like plankton and diatomaceous earth. Quadrillions of fossils are found on planet Earth. I agree. To believe they all came from a dot of nothing exploding, I think is real stupid, okay? But you can believe that if you want. I agree with your first part of your sentence. Found in well-dated rock sequence. Now, that I do not agree with. There is no such thing as a geologic column. I cover this many, many times. The geologic column does not exist anywhere in the world except the textbooks. And if I keep asking, I never get an answer. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Did it come from outer space? Are layers being added to the Earth from space? If you're taking it from site A and moving it over to site B, that doesn't change the age of it. If I shuffle a deck of cards, it doesn't make the top card younger. You guys just don't get it. There is no geologic column. This whole thing was made up in 1830 by some people trying to disprove the Bible. I can flip this sand art toy over and make 20 or 30 layers in a matter of minutes. The layers are not different ages. They're all in here at the same time. So you're saying your second part, found in well-dated rock sequence. That is not true, okay? Represents successions of forms through time. No, it doesn't. Finding animals sorted in a certain layer might represent sorted based on body density, based on habitat, based upon mobility, based upon intelligence. There's lots of other factors that would put them into this order. I think probably most of the clams are found in the same layer because clams hang out with other clams. You're probably not going to find many birds next to clams fossilized because birds don't hang out with clams and get buried together in Noah's flood. I think you'll find birds are generally on the top layers of the earth because birds are the last ones to drown in a flood, and they have hollow bones and hollow feathers, and when they do drown, they float. Of course, they end up on top. It has nothing to do with evolution. In an honest court of law, the whole geologic column would be thrown out. So I disagree with your third statement that they represent successions of forms through time, manifest many evolutionary transitions. No, they don't. You find a Tiktaalik, you know that lived and died. You can assume there were more like that. Maybe it had a mommy and daddy Tiktaalik. I probably did, because all other animals do. But I think if we look at all of nature, cows always make cows. I bet Tiktaaliks always make Tiktaaliks. Always did, always, until they went extinct, apparently. It's not changing to something else. It's not evidence of a transition. So no, you got the first part right. Kent, that part you got right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. Charlie, over to you if you had any thoughts or anything you'd like to add or say.
Yeah, so one of the biggest issues here is I feel like creationists are looking at evolution through a lens of such a small amount of time. Evolutionists admit that it takes a long time for evolution to happen. So once again, just saying, oh, a Tiktaalik will always produce a Tiktaalik. Well, so it'll always produce a vertebrae. It'll never outlive its clade. That much we know. But also, we will never see a lot of changes. We're not going to see changes on such a small time scale. And as for the dating of the rocks, we know so much about radiometric isotopes now and half-lives. There's no evidence that would prove that it was different in the past, that half-lives are different in the past. So I would say that the rocks are pretty well aged. I will now cede my time and give Kent the last words. That question was directed to him.
You know how this works, Charlie. Very good. Okay, Kent, you get the last word. Go ahead.
Sure. Maybe Charles can be the first one to ever actually answer my simple question. If the top layer of your geologic column is indeed younger, where was it sitting around for billions of years waiting to land on top? Is the Holocene era, which is 10,000-year-old rock, where was it sitting around for 2.5 billion years while the protozoan layer was being laid down? Where was all the dirt from the Holocene?
In the material of the organisms of that time, in the rocks, in the ash from volcanoes, in the sediment deposited by the minerals in water. So many ways.
Okay, so all that dirt that's in the Holocene era on top was already there 2.5 billion years ago. You're saying it was already there.
It wasn't there in the form of dirt. It wasn't there in the form of dirt, but it was there in the form of matter.
Then it's all the same age.
Matter.
That's why I keep pointing out we have petrified trees by the thousands are found standing up, connecting all these layers, many with bark still on them, fossilized. The layers are not different ages. I'm sorry, I know that's your Bible, and you guys depend on that geologic column. I know that fully, okay? And you think back in the Cenozoic and Mesozoic and Paleozoic and Archaeozoic and Cambrian, Mississippian, Devonian, Silurian. It's baloney. Not true. You got told a lie and you swallowed it, and you ought to be ashamed and go back and get your money back and say, teacher, you lied to me. All these layers had to form very quickly around a standing tree trunk. So it's just not common sense to claim the layers are different ages. And you just admitted that the dirt that makes up the Holocene was already there 2.5 billion years ago. Well, then it's
Not
2.5 billion years old.
Not in the form of dirt.
Well,
I don't know how many times I have to say that. It wasn't in the form of dirt.
If you're carbon dating it, you're working with the molecules now. So every molecule is the same age. You still got the same problem. All the layers are the same age. There's no geologic column. I think during Noah's flood, the tide going up and down uninterrupted, if the earth is covered in water and the tide's not interrupted by banging into continents, the tide becomes harmonic and goes up and down 200 feet. Every 6 hours.
Tides are relative to shores. If there's no shores because the world's completely underwater, there's no tide.
Say that slower.
Tides are relative to shores. If there's no shores, there's going to be no tide. If everything is underwater, then there's no tide.
Charles, you're completely mistaken. There could
not
be no
in the definition of tide.
Tide. The moon is pulling the water up on the earth. That's the tide. If there's a tide in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, the ships there go up and down, maybe 6 or 8 or 10 feet. They don't feel it because everything else is going up and down. Your state of Virginia is going up and down about 2 inches every time we turn under the moon. There's a land tide. So you're mistaken. The shoreline is not necessary to have a tide. The tide is a direct result of the moon's gravity pulling on everything on Earth. We see it more in the water because that's visible, but it's also pulling our atmosphere up and down, helping to create some of the wind currents. And it's pulling the crust of the Earth up and down a couple inches. The tide is related to the moon's gravity, has nothing to do with the beach. If there were no beaches, if the Earth were covered in water, the tide could become harmonic,
The moon is the mechanism for the tide. The moon isn't the tide itself.
You need to go back and take an earth science class, okay? The tide is always there, unrelated to. Now we see it at the beaches. That's where we see it's easier to observe it. Google, does the moon's gravity affect the middle of the Pacific Ocean?
No, it does, but that's not what a tide, I mean, that's not a tide in the relation of how we know it now.
Okay, well, we're way off track. My point would be the tide during Noah's flood going up and down the water means it's sucking water in and out of that bump. That's what made all these layers. All the layers of the earth formed in 1 year during Noah's flood, and that's why we have petrified trees standing up, connecting all the layers. The layers all formed in 1 year.
You're going to have to explain that mechanism to me for how this tide in the world that is completely covered by water created all the layers. I'm not understanding that at all.
You come down like Grayson did and like Jackson is here, and you can sit right here, and I'll go through it all carefully. I'll go show you our gravel pit. We got 7 layers of gravel right here where we live. They mined it out for years. Those 7 layers of gravel go from here to North Carolina, 500 miles, and nearly all the rocks are rounded off, smooth, like they were rolled back and forth in a rock tumbler, because they were. The tide going up and down rolled them back and forth and rounded our gravel from here to North Carolina. They call it river rock. No, teacher, that's not a river from here to North Carolina. That's a flood. So I think the rocks are crying out, hey, I was rolled around in a flood. Noah's story is true. So anyway, petrified closed clams, another indication they were buried alive. Noah's flood happened. It's true. The Bible says at the end of time, the scoffers would be ignorant of the creation and the flood. I think you're demonstrating that tonight.
Gentlemen, great back and forth. Good topic. Okay. So next one comes in for Charlie. So now we got one for you from Tanya Brown. Thank you, Tanya.
Hello, Tanya.
Do failed predictions count for anything? The isotropy and homogeneity of the cosmic background radiation are 2 examples of many such failures. What are your thoughts, Charlie?
Failed predictions, do they count against a theory? So if a theory predicts something and then it's not there, I assume that's what she's asking. Or Tanya, they. Yes, is that what they're asking? Is that
like it.
everybody's understanding? Sure. I mean, a theory can have a failed prediction. No theory is ever without, usually is no theory is generally without refinement. But once again, it's the amount of corroborating evidence that we see. So when we see what looks to be stars moving away, and we see the cosmic microwave background, that's how we are going to corroborate the theory. Yeah, sure, there's going to be incorrect predictions, but as a theory gets refined, those predictions will no longer be there as we continue to refine a theory and make and then the predictions will become more and more accurate.
I think she's more specifically asking, with this homogeneity problem, why is there such uniformity in the universe in terms of the temperature? If the Big Bang model is true, how is that distributed over the billions of years?
Homogeneity of the temperature. So she's
It's
asking.
all very, from my understanding, it's all very uniform.
Yeah,
and so would there be enough time to transfer that kind of heat in order to make it so uniform? The horizon problem, I think, more specifically, it's called.
I'm not really educated on this as much as I can be, so I can't give a definitive answer at the moment. However, we see the CMB, so that is a form of radiation, and that is the CMB is everywhere. So I would imagine that because that's everywhere, that the heat would be uniform. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I would have to read about that, look into that look into that a little bit more.
No worries, I appreciate it, Charlie. Tanya, I hope we understood your question accurately. Ket, any thoughts, brother?
Well, rather than focus on the examples, look at the actual question. Do failed predictions count for anything? The answer would be no. If a person was accused of a crime and the opposition gave evidence after evidence after evidence, and each one was different and proven wrong, at the end of the day, he goes free. You don't get to collect all the bad evidences and make the trial, make him guilty. Each evidence they want to give for evolution has been proven wrong. So no, failed predictions cannot be used as evidence for their theory. I wish they would admit they believe in evolution, SpongeBob style, but it's not science. That's all.
Kent, once again, you're precluding the idea that the theory can be refined over time. Do you not accept that can happen?
Well, keep refining it, and when you get proof, then maybe we'll count it as science. But until then, it's not. I know you believe it will be one day. You have great faith. I admire your faith.
Did you want a quick final word since it was for you, Charlie?
No, once again, this would be something I would have to look into, and I have made a note for the third one to hopefully have a better answer for Tanya.
Okay. Thank you. Next one comes in, $10 super chat from Alan. Thank you, Alan, for the support. Question for Charlie. Where did the matter come from if all there was from the start was energy?
E equals MC squared. Rearrange it and you can solve for mass.
All right, Charlie. Appreciate it. Kent, any thoughts?
Well, Einstein said that E equals mc squared. The energy equals the mass times the speed of light squared. I mean, we don't know that that's true. Speed of light's a big number. Would you do that in metric or standard system? It's an interesting formula. It's not proven to be true, but I agree. Matter can create a lot of energy, and that was the basis of the atomic bomb. He wasn't saying this is exactly equal. You can't know such a thing. Okay, it was a cool theory, a cool equation. Now, I agree. You got a problem. The Big Bang theory teaches all the time, space, matter. They really should have added the fourth one in here. All the energy. What's the total heat the sun has produced in all of its lifetime? The total heat of just our little bitty sun, which is a small star compared to the big ones. What's the total heat of all of the stars, all of this burning for 13.772 billion years, added together, had to be in that dot smaller than a single atom, according to the European Space Agency. I just say, guys, you're welcome to believe that, but that's not science. That's baloney. That's a religious belief. They say you couldn't squeeze a cup of water into a dot smaller than an atom, let alone the whole Pacific Ocean. But somehow Hitler said, if you tell a lie long enough and loud enough, and the people will believe it. And he said they're more likely to believe a big lie than a small one. The bigger the lie, the more likely they are to believe it. And it's a complete lie to say everything came from a dot smaller than an atom. All the time, energy, and money, and time, energy, and money, time, energy, and space, and matter. Everything was in that dot. And believe it or not, when it exploded, those fragments flew out and somehow defied centrifugal force and got back together and made solids. After every microsecond after the Big Bang, the particles are further apart. They're never going to get together.
Well, Ken, that's one of the great mysteries of science, the bridging of the gap between classical mechanics and quantum mechanics.
Well, if
and
the Big Bang happened,
we don't have an answer to that yet. String theory
provides
us a close
what we have is a big dust cloud. There'd be a dust cloud spreading out further and further. We wouldn't have any matter, wouldn't have any clumps of matter at all if the Big Bang happened.
Well, a dust cloud would be matter in and of itself, right? You just said a dust cloud.
It'd be fragments of dust flying further and further apart.
And
when
that's
a hand
not
grenade
matter?
explodes, if a hand grenade explodes, do the fragments eventually find each other out there in the field someplace? No, they get further. It's radial trajectories. Big Bang is real stupid. Real stupid.
Gentlemen, okay, appreciate it. Next one comes in from Ask Why Budry, $10 super chat. Thank you for the support. And the questions for you, Charlie.
All righty.
Ask Charlie about living fossils, which missed the memo that they were supposed to evolve into something else. What are your thoughts, Charlie?
Living fossils. So like crocodiles? Is that like
a coelacanth, perhaps?
Okay. I'm with you. Like a nautilus, right? Something like that.
A Wollemi pine. Something that essentially looks more or less the same.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. The answer is that they are already well enough suited for their environment. Thus, they have survived up until modern day because they're already well suited. They didn't need large genetic variation or mutation to survive in their environment. So yeah, that's how we have living fossils. Evolution is going to be born out of a need to evolve in order to survive. So yeah, that's how we have living fossils. They're already well suited for their environment.
Thank you, Charlie. Kent, any thoughts?
Well, I think it's a great question. I think all the animals in the world, all the plants in the world are well suited for their environment. That's not proof for evolution. It's proof of a designer. Everything's well suited. It seems to fit. I think God gave the original dog kind the ability to produce a variety of puppies, that some were better suited for cold weather, had thicker fur. Some were better suited for warm weather with thinner fur, like the dingo or the greyhound. Greyhounds wouldn't make it in Alaska, and wolves wouldn't make it in the desert. They have too thick a fur, it's too hot. So I think that, but they're still the dog kind. So that I think the creator was really smart to give the original the ability to produce a variety of offspring that can survive in any given, mostly given environments. Two human parents, mom and dad, can have 12 kids and all of them come out different, but they're all still human. The variations certainly happen, but they're limited. So I agree with Charlie that they're already suited for their environment. So is everything else we see.
Thank you, Kent. Charlie, if you'd like to, you can have the last word.
Perhaps environment might be the wrong word. Predicament, I guess. I was using environment, not necessarily physically, but predicament. So a lot of mass extinction events result in the evolution that we see. The Nautilus, for example, had survived those mass extinction events based on the traits that it already had other creatures have to evolve in order to be able to survive in an increasingly hostile environment, to make it less hostile for them so they can continue to procreate and have offspring.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Next one comes in from Echoing Erudite. Question 4. Another skeptical guy. What are your thoughts about amphibian footprints found to be millions of years older than Tiktaalik? Or in other words, they predate the discovery of Tiktaalik.
Amphibian footprints that are older than Tiktaalik. I mean, creatures walking on the bottom of the ocean could be a thing. Though I definitely have to look into more amphibian footprints.
I could probably help elaborate for echoing.
Yeah.
In Poland, they discovered true tetrapod foot tracks predating Tiktaalik by the evolutionary timeline of about 20 million years. And so, in other words, the question is, can Tiktaalik be a true transitional form to tetrapods if tetrapods existed 20 million years prior? If that helps.
So evolution is saying that there is a transitional fossil. We currently, based on the evidence, believe it is Tiktaalik, right? But we could be wrong, right? But we know that there is a fossil that will that will be a transitional fossil. Tiktaalik looks like a good candidate right now, but once again, based on other evidence, that could be proven wrong.
Thank you, Charlie.
It could be a different fossil, a different organism. But
okay,
yeah, I'll look more into amphibian footprints.
Well, the footprints were found in a rock layer lower than Tiktaalik is found in, which in their evolutionary thinking means it came first. So they'd already evolved to walk on land. So Tiktaalik is useless. It means nothing. You can throw out all the Tiktaalik evidence. It doesn't mean a thing unless they're evolving to walk on land again, which is why, we already got one doing that. So I think it's a good point about these footprints that it completely annihilates Tiktaalik. You don't need it. Both can't be true.
Sure, it can completely annihilate Tiktaalik. That's fine, but it doesn't annihilate evolution, right? It just says, okay, the fossil that we currently thought it was might not be that. But once again, I'll have to go read about the amphibian footprints. It could be.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is an example of how one by one, each line of supposed evidence is destroyed. And yet you in your mind have them all accumulated as pointing to one conclusion when each one individually can be destroyed. You can't collect them all if they're all destroyed.
But you haven't destroyed the fact that evolution says that there's going to be a transitional fossil. Let's assume for a second, right, that it's 100% not Tiktaalik, right? That from evolution, it's not Tiktaalik at all to be the transitional fossil. That doesn't mean that that there's not a transitional fossil. It just means it wasn't that one. That doesn't just
means you haven't found it yet. You haven't found it yet. So it's not science. Science where we can observe, study, test. You can't observe any animal changing to something else. You can believe it, and you do believe it.
We haven't observed Pluto make a full revolution around the sun. Does that mean that it's not going to?
No, I think there's much stronger evidence for that than there is for an animal changing to something else. I think we can study the laws of physics and see that Pluto is moving a certain orbit and it's going so fast and it's a long ways around the sun. I think we can do the math and say it probably will eventually if we give it long enough time. But that's a different kind of science. You're trying to equate.
It's the exact same to the point that you just made.
No,
you're saying that because we haven't seen it, ergo it doesn't happen. That's silly.
Well, we have, in order to classify these family trees as science, I think you need a whole lot better evidence than you've given us. Do you believe, like this chart shows, that humans are related to scorpions? Do you believe you have a common ancestor with a scorpion, Charles?
Yeah.
Okay, put that on the chart.
Charlie, you've been added to the chart. You should feel honored.
I'm happy.
You've made it in life. Okay, well, you know what? Yeah, Ken, go ahead, brother.
I had a really, really, really long day. I've been driving all over Alabama here, and I'm trying to make another 20 minutes for you, but give some more questions. Give the next question to Charlie, if you would. I got to go potty. I'll be right back.
No problem. You take your time, Kent. We'll make sure you're out of here within 20 minutes. Okay, the science of science, $10 super chat says, I do not understand how a protista turns into a human. The idea just doesn't make any sense to the commenter. So can you help it make sense for them, Charlie?
Yeah, let's see what I can do.
I want you to
Evolution
pull out.
happened.
I want you to pull out a single-celled organism right now and show us live on air. It turned into a human.
All right,
I
guys.
got faith in you.
So yeah, this is one of the things that makes it harder to defend evolution, is because it doesn't make sense just based on layman's knowledge of science. And I'm not saying layman, by the way, as pejorative or derogatory. I'm just saying that in general, I'm a layman, and I'm probably considered a layman too. You start with a single-celled organism that then starts to realize that it's very, very difficult to survive as a single-celled organism in a hostile environment. So it couples with another single-celled organism and becomes multicellular. And that's how you go, because it's easier to survive in numbers, right? You start there, and these are very primitive organisms, so it's not too difficult to couple yourself with another unicellular organism. You become multicellular. You do that again, it's now becoming a bit more complicated. It's taking a bit more time. Like as we know, bacteria have generation times much quicker than than other organisms, right? Because they're a lot simpler, a lot more primitive. From there, you go to you have a multicellular organism. It becomes slowly more and more complex, more and more complicated. More and more stuff is involved in the organism itself, and then eventually, over millions of years, mind you, billions of years, you get a human. Just it's increasing levels of complication and mutation to survive in an increasingly difficult environment or hostile environment. So, yep, that's the best I can do. I'm sure there are evolutionary biologists who can explain it way better than I can.
Thank you, Charlie, for engaging that question. Kent, is there anything you wanted to add to that, or should we move on to the next?
Yeah, I think he just clearly demonstrated what a fairy tale this is, even if it turns out later to be true. He relies on billions of years, which we can't see or observe. Okay, we don't know that they're there even. I think there's plenty of evidence the Earth cannot be that old, but that's a different story. But we don't see any protista ever produce anything other than baby protista. So he imagines that this protista somehow got new information to grow arms, eyes, ears, legs, heart, lungs, stomach, intestinal tract, nervous system. That's a whole lot of new information for a protista to gain to turn into a human. And he said the protista are simpler. There is no such thing as a simple life form.
Compared to us, yes, they are more simple.
They are not more simple.
Yes, they are. Kent,
you better study the DNA, study the DNA code, or study a single-celled organism. They're more complex than the
Okay, but it has
shuttle.
one cell. We have trillions, as you already said. You're not going to say that's more complicated, that one is more primitive than the other? Come on, that is such foolishness.
A single-celled creature, you better study it. A single-celled, pick anyone you want, bacteria, protozoa, amoeba. They are more complicated than the whole internet system of the United States.
Okay, now, relative to humans, is it more complicated?
They might be simpler relative to humans, maybe.
There you go.
But the fact that single-celled creature can do things that we require lots of cells to do the same thing. For us to be able to move, we have to have billions of cells to be able to move. He does it
because it's simpler. Cell. It can do that.
Maybe, maybe they're more complex.
I'm gonna jump in. I appreciate that. Some more points for us to spend on round 3 to complete the trilogy. So let's just have you engage this real quick. And then because Kent has a few minutes, I'll put precedence on the evolutionists that have joined currently to ask their questions to Kent before he leaves for the night. So Kent, I do appreciate your time, brother. The science of science, $5 super chat. He asks, when did novel predictions become science? What happened to experimentation? Charlie, if you'd like to address that.
Okay, so you make a novel prediction, and then the way you corroborate that novel prediction is through experimentation. That's how you find the that's how you find the evidence, right? That's how you find that novel prediction, right? So in the case of Tiktaalik, right, we say that, okay, there's going to be a transitional fossil. That's the prediction. The then experiment to find it would be the saying, okay, we predict it came around here in this epoch. So if we dig here around this location, then we should find it. And Bob's your uncle. There it is. So that's the experiment. The idea of any experiment having to be in a lab is very foolish. When I did physics research, I was not in a lab. I was in an office with a whiteboard.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Kent, any thoughts?
Well, the word science means knowledge. Knowledge gained by observation, experimentation, and testing. That's what the word science means. Seer, to know. What do we know? And how do we know it? And so if he wishes to imagine that over enough time, which we can't observe, it could happen to something else, this is clear evidence, Your Honor. He has a belief, he has a religion that it could happen if we gave it more time. But we've never observed a protista produce anything but baby protista. And so the novel prediction, I'm sorry, we're off on a different track. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. That's always been the definition. This dictionary says, religions attempt to understand and explain the world, but religion is not considered science. I agree. And evolution is a religion. It's not science. They'll never admit it. I don't know why. Maybe because they like the funding they get for claiming it's science. What is science? Knowledge. Knowledge gained through study or practice. Just Google type in what is the definition of science. It's this way all over the internet. This is the standard definition. Science, from the word seer, Latin word, means to know. What do we know? Well, we know cows make baby cows. We know that. We do not know that cows came from a protista. That's just something you have to believe. I like this guy. What if I told you questioning science is science? I think you claim you're the skeptical guy. Why aren't you skeptical when somebody claims the whole Pacific Ocean fit in a dot?
The whole Pacific Ocean or the energy there within? Different things. That you saying that that's purpose. You're purposely trying to obfuscate what it is by making it sound silly. Because yes, that would be silly if the entire Pacific Ocean was in a dot, and no one believes that. People who believe in the Big Bang don't believe that. No one has ever said that.
No one's ever said it all came from a dot. Well,
no,
let's see.
No one ever said the Pacific Ocean was in a dot. That's not what anybody said. Don't go back and say, oh, no one ever said everything was in a dot. What people have said for a long, long time is all of the energy was in a dot. So please don't try to purposefully misrepresent it.
Okay, I've got plenty of quotes from textbooks that say
people saying the Pacific Ocean was in a dot. They say that?
They say not just the Pacific Ocean, the Earth and all the stars and all the planets and everything. That includes the Pacific Ocean.
Or do they say all of the energy, or that it eventually came from said dot? Came in the sense that the energy to create it came from the dot. Not all of the matter came from it. Well, all the matter did, but in the form of energy. E equals mc squared. We see equal.
There we go. So how much energy is in the Pacific Ocean? How much energy did it take to lift a gallon of water? And that thing's going up and down. You should see the waves out there. All that energy was in that dot. You really believe that?
It was a really hot dot.
Okay. SpongeBob. Yeah. Anyway, Donnie, go ahead.
Okay, appreciate it, gentlemen. This is why I love these debates. Always a ton of fun. Very entertaining. Okay, let's, since we got Kent for just a couple more minutes, appreciate everybody that's joined for the open mic that we will continue after Kent leaves for the night. But Andrew, we'll start with you, as you are of the evolution persuasion, of the common ancestry persuasion. And so if you had a question or a point you wanted to bring up for Kat, feel free to do so. And it's good to have you.
Yeah, thanks. Is my audio coming in okay?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is actually related to the cosmology bit of the conversation. So my question for you, Kent, is, in your mind, what do you think the CMB is? I'd like you to answer that.
I didn't hear part of it. What do I think the what is?
What do you think the CMB, the cosmic microwave background, is? What does it represent?
Yeah, I don't know. There's probably several possible causes for it. Who knows? Maybe that's the voice of God resonating through the solar system when he said, "Let there be." I don't know. There seems to be a cosmic microwave background radiation. I agree. What's causing it? I don't think the jury's in on that one yet.
Okay, well, that's not exactly the question I asked. So I was asking, what do you think the CMB is? Like, what does it consist of? What are its properties, etc.? Not exactly what caused it.
Oh, okay. I don't think what is a wave, an energy wave consist of? Does anybody have an answer to that? What does a sound wave consist of? You know, the vibration of the air molecules, or what if it's a radio wave going through the air? What exactly is a wave? I don't know. There's lots of theories about that. That gets
It's
into
a
the physics of it.
self-propagating field of energy, essentially.
Yeah. Energy being propagated through a medium or through no medium, like through space. Okay. Then you know, how is that working? How is that energy propagated to talk to people on the moon? You know, the space. So that's to me. I don't see how that question ties in at all to the topic tonight. But I don't know what's causing it. I don't know where it came from, and I don't know. I don't think anybody knows exactly what it is. We say, "Wow, there's cosmic."
You what you think it is?
Okay, they got some theories about it. Maybe they got it right. Maybe they don't yet. Could there be more theories come up?
I'm not asking about theories either. I'm asking what you think it is.
I'm saying I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, thank you for admitting that.
Okay. Do you know?
Yes.
Oh, wow. You're the first one in world history to know that one.
Oh, I'm not the first, but
Okay.
I'm flattered by that.
Okay, Andrew, did you have a follow-up on something, more biological evolution related, or did you want us to move to the next?
I think he just dipped.
Sure, if anyone
no,
else had...
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
I didn't know if anyone else had any questions.
Like
Otherwise,
Charlie.
I was going to...
Well, Charlie,
into
tell us
something
what the
else about
CMB is.
What the CMB is? It's the radiation left over from the Big Bang. It's the radiation left over from the Big Bang.
No, he didn't ask what caused it. What is it? I mean, give me a jar of it.
That is what it is. I can't give you a jar of energy or radiation. What would that even look like?
Okay, gentlemen, Andrew, unless you had a follow-up for Kent, I think maybe we'll allow Kent, my brother. I know you've had a busy night. We also did a show together last night, so we'll allow you to get out of here. Unless, Andrew, you had one final question you wanted.
No, I know he has to go, so I'd love to have a longer conversation, but I'll let him be for now.
All right, thank you, guys.
Okay,
Kent, it's a pleasure, sir, as always.
God bless, Kent. Appreciate it. We look forward to our in-person debate with Jackson coming up on the 14th. So, okay.
Are you going down there for that, Donnie? Or are you staying up here?
No, it's going to be a semi-in-person debate. I'm going to moderate it right here from my studio, and Jackson and Kent are going to be in person at Dinosaur Adventureland. So,
nice.
Should be fun.
Have you been down there?
No, but I will do my best to try and get down there for something in person. It's about 15 hours away from where I am in Canada, but
you can make a pit stop and visit me.
Yeah, I'll take you there with me.
That'd be cool.
In person.
Okay, right, well, Jackson went there.
Yeah, he's there right now. Actually, he was in the audience.
Oh wow.
Also, I hope no one takes offense that during the open mic, if I play some Chivalry 2 on my computer while we do this, I hope no one takes offense to that.
and Charlie, I know, you just gave us an hour and a half of your time, and, it's getting later for you. So feel free whenever you have to get out of here and get some sleep, you just let us know. Okay. Don't feel obligated to have to stick around all night.
No, I probably will stay. I'll try to stay on at least finish out the hour, maybe maybe half. I don't want to. I know there are a lot of people who are going to disagree with what I have to say, and so I'd like to hear that. I want to talk more to ARE. You seem
Well,
much more educated than myself, sir.
yeah, if I could, and of course Andrew, he can have his own points. I was just it's general open mic now, so I've gone from moderator to participant. So I've got a couple points I'd like to kind of maybe put on the table in terms of the topic of ancestry. And before I do, it's good to have Praise, the soteriologist, Mars Hill, Centurion, T-Rock. Good to have you guys. I think this should be a good
to be here. Great to see all my brothers and sisters in Christ Jesus here tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
T-Rock,
buddy.
T-Rock's here.
Oh yeah,
T-Rock.
T-Rock and Charlie,
Yeah,
arch
T-Rock.
nemesis.
We're trying to get a debate on the books, aren't we? Something like that.
Oh, we will.
Oh.
T-Rock, did you want to say hi to your future interlocutor, Charlie?
Quick mic check.
Yeah, I was expecting the Mickey Mouse mic to manifest, but no, we're good.
Guys, T-Rock bullied me relentlessly on my last debate, so he's dead to me. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's the live chat for you, right? That's common.
I didn't look at it
The
this
very
time.
best
I was
of
like,
us
I'm
come
gonna
out in
turn
comments.
it off, because then I'm gonna start getting like, screw you guys.
Seriously, I know you're joking, but what was the said that you thought was bullying, or that you're
Oh, I don't know.
joking
I think it was. I don't know. That's probably something like oh, he still believes in outdated. I don't know. I'm more. I don't actually think you were bullying me. I was just saying that to be a.
I know.
Charlie's got a good sense of
To
humor.
be a
He's
nuisance.
He's just teasing.
I
So
do have a super short, quick, easy one for Charlie though.
Sure,
All
go
right.
ahead.
And I know it's not on topic that Donnie's fixing to transition to, but it's super quick and easy.
Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned talking to Kent. You mentioned relativity equals MC squared.
E equals MC squared.
Right.
Rest
And
energy.
you said he was saying, where did all the matter come from? And you said solve for mass in the equation.
Yeah, M equals, well, if you just rearrange that, M equals E over C squared. If I just messed up basic algebra, I'm gonna off myself. But
No, I get it. I guess I was only going to point out that if M is 0, E is 0.
if M is 0, then E is yeah, sure.
So
Yeah, if I made
beginning
there is a more complicated version of the equation. E equals MC squared is kind of the simple form of it.
Yeah,
But
there's
there is another equation that also involves light and momentum, etc.
it's called general relativity. I understand that, but the point is that the matter had to exist already for the energy to exist. And where did it come from?
Not necessarily. And I said I don't answer. I can't answer where the energy came from. Initially, no, I don't think any person who believes in the Big Bang theory also claims to know that. We don't know where the energy came from, but that's also not what the Big Bang theory says it's trying to explain. We know that the energy was in a singular point, or a point. I'm just going to be using what the colloquial understanding of it is, and then that energy emerged out of said point, and so now you have the energy. So now you have E equals MC squared, which once again, yes, is the basic version of that equation. It's really annoying to derive, if I remember correctly, because I remember doing it and I remember being frustrated.
A lot of relativity equations can be quite contrived.
Yeah.
That's not even getting into general relativity and the field equations.
Oh, I love the field equations, but I also hate them because
I admired the elegance of them, but I could never derive them.
Yeah, exactly. I remember my teachers used to go through it, and they were like, "All right, prepare to do that on the test," and I was like, "I hate you."
So you're transitioning a little more toward where Donnie wanted to cover ancestry, since the topic is evolution. But one of the questions I asked, Charlie,
Yeah, I think you stepped away for a second.
one of the questions I asked that Donnie didn't really get a chance to present to you, which is fine, but
He's back.
I was asking, have you tried using physics to demonstrate that genetic entropy is a reality?
That genetic what is a reality?
Have you tried using physics to demonstrate that genetic entropy is a reality?
Why would I use physics to explain? Are you trying to do some second law of thermodynamics thing? And
Yeah.
now that disproves evolution? Okay, because that's
Yeah.
okay. That is a very classic creationist talking point, and not at all what
Actually, it's not a creationist talking point, really, because I had a debate a long time ago with a guy on genetic entropy, and
Luca?
unbeknownst to anybody that was going to participate, I actually did not talk about genetics hardly at all. I talked about it in a way that in strictly physics and thermodynamics terms. And so that's why I'm asking, if you haven't used physics to demonstrate whether true or false genetic entropy is real, I think you should try it.
Okay, so if that thermodynamics argument this is a misunderstanding of the second law, and if it were valid, that would mean snowflakes would also be impossible. So we're talking about, first of all, this applies to closed systems, and also the definition of entropy, which is a physical concept that is described as disorder. But more importantly, the second law, it does permit parts of a system to decrease in entropy as long as other parts experience an offsetting increase. So our planet as a whole can grow more complex because the sun pours heat and light onto it, and greater entropy associated with the sun's nuclear fusion rebalances that. So
Charlie, what you just did was give the classic evolutionist response.
But that
the
is the
problem.
actual definition of
No.
that is the actual second law of thermodynamics definition.
Listen for just a second, though. You said that in entropy, it only applies to closed systems. If a system is open, you can have increase in entropy in one place and decrease in a different place, is what you said. And that's
as long as it remains balanced and we get energy
here's
poured
the
in
problem.
from the sun.
Here's the problem with that argument.
We don't get energy poured in from the sun?
Listen closely, Charlie. The problem is, the more open a system is, the quicker entropy takes over. A case in point is your gas tank on your car. Leave the gas cap off and let whatever wants to get in there, and watch what happens to entropy in your vehicle. You cannot have a free open system without entropy taking over very quickly.
You cannot have a free open, but it's not open, it's closed.
No, you said the Earth is an open system.
Yeah, you did.
You can't.
Did I? Huh.
Yes, you did.
Everybody says that. Everybody says that because it is an open system.
But okay, but also it's getting energy constantly poured in from the sun's nuclear fusion. So
Right.
those scales are still being balanced. I don't see what the disconnect here is. You're misunderstanding the law of thermodynamics. I'm sorry, but you are.
You're misunderstanding.
Really, I'm misunderstanding the law of thermodynamics.
You're misunderstanding what happens on terra firma. On terra firma, whenever you dump energy in from the sun, you kill everything except the plants. We have to have plants to live. You're gonna rip molecules trying to form first life, for example, apart.
Wait, I'm so confused. So because the sun hits us, plants don't exist? What?
Say again?
So what kind of energy is coming from the sun? What kind of energy comes into Earth from the sun? Is ultraviolet radiation a product of it?
That is one of them, yeah.
Yes. Okay, does ultraviolet radiation enhance a life form, or does it kill it?
Infrared.
Does it enhance a light bulb? Is that what you asked?
A life form. Does it enhance the life form, or does it kill it?
Exposed to
UV radiation.
It'll probably kill it. Luckily, we have a magnetic field.
And you,
Okay. Well, it still gets in. It still gets in, right, through the magnetic field.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
So with that
Why you
coming
wear
into the
sunblock?
Earth's atmosphere, with that coming into the Earth's atmosphere, isn't that entropy? Yes, it is. It
Yeah.
destroys.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Does the solar
entropy doesn't mean
energy
destruction.
from the sun enhance anything other than plant life that uses chloroform to use it?
Sorry, say that again.
Does the energy from the sun coming into the earth enhance anything other than plants that use it? Does the sun solar radiation help us as humans? I mean, other than like giving us sunburns and making our skin wrinkle and stuff
We
like
have
that.
solar
Does
panels.
that
Yeah, I mean there are solar panels. But
is a solar panel is solar panels organic?
no, but you're saying how it enhances us. Did I
You,
say
you
that?
didn't
No, I
specify that.
said how does it enhance life forms
Okay,
or
what do you mean?
the energy
enhance?
coming in? Does it improve the house, the shingles on your house, or does it deteriorate them?
Deteriorates over time. Yeah. So what? So because
Yes. So
UV
so what you're
radiation is bad, then evolution is wrong. What?
you're saying that this stuff is not detrimental to any organisms that
I
live,
didn't
I'm
say
including
gonna
it's
us.
not detrimental.
guys, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to bring us back on topic. Being evolution, I'd like us to focus on biological evolution. So I do appreciate this thermodynamics detour, but let's get it back on track and discuss.
Oh, I have.
some of the
I want to springboard off of yours for the cellular question I got for Charles.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Once you're
Centurion.
done, Donnie.
So, watching the debate, moderating the debate, lots of great discussion, Charlie. So I'd like to make a couple points and then get your thoughts. And it has to do with the topic of ancestry, right? I don't mind defending the separate ancestry model, which would say not all life is related through common ancestry, rather than the common descent model, which would say that all life is related through common ancestry. I just hear a little bit of feedback. Make sure everybody's muted. Centurion, my brother, just because I think you might be on a phone, Centurion. So just make sure to unmute when you're not talking, and then feel free to unmute when. Okay, you're good. So what I see is a lot of agnostic lines of evidence for evolution and creation. For example, homology, shared structures in the biological world. Charlie, you would say that those were inherited from a past common ancestor. They point to common descent with modification. We would argue homology due to common design.
Right.
Okay. Now, so that's why it's generally agnostic. It'd be like me saying, well, the sky is blue or the earth is round, and so creation is true. But your model can explain that data too. And so I like to say we should look to differentiating lines of evidence. I like to say it's the differences that make all the difference. And so let's look to a line of evidence that can help differentiate between the two models, creation versus evolution, or universal common ancestry and separate ancestry. Okay. And so here's just one of those points that I feel the evolutionary community struggles with. And I'd like to see if you could speak to it or even what your thoughts are. So I don't want to put you on the spot. If you haven't heard of this argument before, that's fine. Maybe we'll just get your thoughts.
Yeah.
So the Y chromosome, for example, okay, that's uniparentally inherited DNA. It is non-recombining for the most part. So it's less messy, as in we can look to Y chromosomes worldwide. We can build a family tree and we can trace them back to a single Y chromosomal ancestor. The debate is that one Y chromosomal ancestor 200,000 years ago or 4,500. Okay. But the point I'm making with the Y chromosome has to do with the chimpanzees. So the evolutionary model would make a very specific prediction based on its understanding that humans and chimpanzees are related. Okay.
Yeah.
You would argue humans and chimpanzees go back to a common ancestor. Chimpanzees are our closest cousin. Is that right, Charlie?
Yeah. Something.
Okay.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So us from the separate ancestry model, we would argue that humans and chimpanzees are not related through common ancestry. They are the result of independent creations. Of course, not extant humans and extant chimpanzees were created. They go back to their own unique common ancestors. So when we look to the Y chromosome, again, it's paternally inherited. It's less messy, non-recombining for the most part. It's passed down on the father's side. Okay, so I got mine from my dad. You got yours from your dad.
Yep.
And so here's a chart, and we've got the Y chromosomes of the great apes.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary taxonomists would say that humans are part of the great ape family.
Yep.
We would say no. So when they actually compared the Y chromosomes between humans and chimpanzees, they discovered a few very interesting things. The human Y chromosome, you can see it here. Here's the euchromatin, the heterochromosome. So it shows you the size, it shows you the architecture and the gene content. Here's the chimpanzee Y. So right off the bat, you'll notice it's half the size.
Uh-huh.
It's nothing alike in terms of architecture. And the gene content is totally different. I mean, the heterochromatin here is almost non-existent in the chimpanzee Y chromosome. And so when you consider overall gene content, architecture, and size differences, the human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes are only about 35% the same. Last point I'll make, when you bring in the gorilla Y chromosome, here's the gorilla Y chromosome. And this is from a secular paper, by the way.
Yep.
Okay, so when you bring in the gorilla Y chromosome, this Y and this Y, being the human Y, are more alike than either are to the chimpanzee Y chromosome. And so that's, firstly, that's a break in the so-called nested hierarchy found within great apes that evolutionists look to. But two, and most importantly, how do you explain such massive differences in just 6 million years since the split? Go ahead, Charlie, take your time.
So yeah, so my and I am not a geneticist.
Yes, you are. Don't be so humble, Charlie. You're the jack of all trades.
I have to be an expert.
Astronomer, biologist.
What I would say is, yeah, you can look at any one chromosome and find differences. But what you have to look at them as a collective of a greater whole, right? You can't just look at one. And I think this is what I see creationists do this a lot, is you look at one
Charlie, if I could, I just don't want us to get too off track. Do you remember why I said we look at the Y chromosome versus the other chromosomes?
I do not.
Because it is the Y chromosome uniparentally or biparentally inherited DNA?
Uniparentally.
Right. What about the other chromosomes?
Like X, like that would be
chromosome 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Those would all be biparentally. Yeah.
So your Y chromosome lacks recombination. There's a little bit at the tips, okay, but for the most part, it lacks recombination, so it's less messy. You don't get, but with your biparentally inherited DNA, the chromosomes line up, right? They exchange genetic information or material. They shuffle, basically, scramble. So you get novel chromosomal combination, a little more messy. But here it's uniparentally inherited, and so and it only accumulates 1 to 3 mutations per generation, per male per generation. Okay, and so it's just a few DNA differences removed each generation. That's why it's important we look at the Y chromosome, which should be relatively more stable. It's less messy, and yet it's the most different. It's not just, well, there's a couple differences. No, I mean, you're looking at the visual, right?
Yeah, no,
I mean, in your opinion, does the chimpanzee Y look anything like the human Y? Just looking at these Y chromosomes.
Yeah. So from like related? Just naively looking at it, like, yeah, no.
Okay, so now that you understand why we look at the Y chromosome as compared to biparentally inherited DNA, what are your thoughts in terms of how, in the evolutionary timeline, how can you explain such massive differences in chromosomal content, chromosomal structure, architecture? Because in 6 million years, you see here, humans and chimps, right? They have it going back 6 million years. So this is where you have the split. So within that timeline, you basically have to go from a chromosome that's the same to a Y chromosome that is this incredibly different.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My answer for that would be that we're not identical species. We're not. I mean, that's the only answer that I can give without completely speaking out of my butt, right? Because I'm not 100% sure, but that would naively. I mean, I'm happy to I look at more of the literature about this and read a bit more and get back to you and can tackle it from an evolutionist point of view. But yeah, I'm as you can see, I'm more than happy to admit when I don't know something.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that about you, Charlie. You know, you're very open to the data and you're willing to look at this as objectively as possible. Of course, we're coming at this from two different angles. So why I believe this is significant is because I would argue this is one piece of evidence that can help differentiate between the models. From the separate ancestry perspective, this is not really a surprise because we predict that humans and chimpanzees, that we'll find data that contradicts them being related. This is from a 2020 paper. Okay, so this is from the conventional literature. It's not from creationist literature. And they admit, despite a recent divergence of these species, their Y chromosomes differ just a little bit. Because I get what you're saying, Charlie. I agree. If it's just a little bit, okay, well, maybe the evolutionary model can explain those changes since the split, right? Because obviously that lineage is going to accumulate its own differences, okay? But they admit enormously in size and gene content. They say, so firstly, it wasn't predicted. They were shocked, but notice this, Charlie. The chimpanzee Y is only half the size. We saw that in the visual as the human Y. The percentage of gene families shared by these chromosomes that split about 6 million years is similar to that shared by what? Human and what, Charlie?
Human and chicken.
Chicken. That split 310 million years ago. And then they point out, puzzlingly, in terms of shared genes and overall architecture, the human Y is more similar to the what?
To the gorilla.
Than to the chimpanzee Y, even though human and chimpanzees share a more recent common ancestor. So that's a break in the nested hierarchy. And I would argue this is a very powerful point. This is very strong testimony to the separate ancestry model. Charlie, any final thoughts on that? I know you said you're going to look into it, but I just wanted to present you what I believe is a differentiating line of evidence.
Would you
that,
be
hey,
willing
only
to...
the separate ancestry model can explain.
Yeah, would
Go
you
ahead.
be willing to send me that paper?
Yes.
Perfect.
No, I'm hogging it to myself. Nobody can see this paper except for me.
I'm not signed up.
Ready?
I'm gonna lose all this cred. I'm not signed up for any like literature like databases because the subscriptions are ridiculous.
I got a question for Charlie. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, it's T-Rock. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Quick question. Do you know what causes mutations?
Change in allele frequencies.
I'm not an evolutionist, but I'm going to say that's not even what the evolutionists say.
Random. Well, that is what a mutation is. Random variations in the genetic code.
Okay, that's what a mutation is. I'm asking what causes them.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
How about
you tell me? You tell me.
Yeah, sure. Chemistry. Your DNA is a series of chain molecules. So the only thing that can cause a mutation is chemistry.
Wait, so that's the answer you were looking? Okay. Yeah, I could have told you that it was chemistry.
I'm pointing that out specifically because in my estimation, evolutionists are way too hand wavy on what mutations are. And I'm pointing out that, chemistry dictates the changes that are going to happen in your DNA, right? In other words,
chemistry is completely built up from principles of physics. So you say physics dictates it, but yeah, sure, chemistry.
Sure. Okay, so next question on Donnie's topic. Do you know what DNA that evolutionists use to determine distant ancestry?
What DNA evolutionists use to... I don't.
You don't?
No.
they use the protein coding portion of the DNA for
So
distance.
these questions that you're asking are yes, okay. DNA. You said I thought you said
That
what,
is
like
not
what
strictly
animal?
true.
Sorry, your questions are kind of confusing.
I thought it was very straightforward. There's like, I don't
You
know.
said
There's
what
probably
DNA is used.
Yeah, what type of DNA? There are several different types of DNA. They're
Like,
classified based on essentially the role they play in the genome.
sure.
What I'm saying is, to Donnie's point, Donnie's pointing out the vast differences in the Y chromosome between chimps and humans, and what I'm saying is, there's a reason geneticists, evolutionists do not use the Y chromosome, because it doesn't tell the story they want to hear. So instead, they use protein coding portions that are highly stable, that don't change very frequently. They have very, very low mutation rate. So in other
There are
words,
other genetic regions that are
kind of what
disaggregated.
Donnie is doing is highlighting the point, the fact that the DNA studies that are used to prove common ancestry are actually just cherry picked data.
And the Y chromosome isn't just cherry. Like what? What even is that argument, right? Like once again, like so.
So if you want to know who your
scientists look
cousin
at
is,
evolutionists and geneticists don't just look at one chromosome. Like when we're looking at evolution, we're not just looking at one. And yeah, I think the Y chromosome necessitates more study. 100%, right? It 100% necessitates more study. However, no geneticist, no evolutionist, when looking at evolution or evolutionary biology, is going to say, I'm only going to look at this one because, oh, this works for my talking point, and I'm not going to look at this, oh, because it doesn't work for my talking point. That's not how we do science. There's this misconception that that's how we do science. It's not how we do science. It is purposefully misleading.
no, you exactly
No,
missed
it
the point
is.
that Donnie.
It is.
No,
You
listen,
can't just look at one evidence.
you exactly missed the point that Donnie making. That 6 million year figure is calculated strictly by protein coding DNA
That is not true.
and
We don't
fossil
just use
They use
distant
fossils
common
to
ancestry is not just
basically
determined
set
from protein coding regions.
ancient
Well,
ancestry is outside of recorded history.
Hey, let me jump in
Plus
real quick,
fossils.
if I could. In good points, T-Rock. Scriptures and stones. You had a question on the Y chromosome, you said in the private chat?
Yeah, I did. It's kind of, genetics is out of my wheelhouse, but I've been trying to work my way through some of Joshua Swami Das's genetic Adam and Eve stuff, and how he talks about, genealogy isn't necessarily genetic heritage, how you can have ancestors that aren't necessarily showing up in your genetics. And I just had a random thought when wanted to get your thoughts on it really quickly. If the Nephilim idea was true, and you had an influx of DNA material, especially Y chromosome material, would the Y chromosome play a role then in perhaps the importance of the virgin birth? And I'm an old Earth creationist, by the way, so I'm kind of in the middle in this discussion here. So, but
Yeah, that's a great question. It's good to have an old Earth creationist in here too.
Sorry, can you remind? So, older Earth creationist. Just, I'm gonna assume what that is. That is, believe that God created the Earth, but a long time, like a figure that evolutionists would say the age of the Earth is. Is that?
yeah, I
yeah,
used to be I used to be a young Earth creationist. I actually lived very close to Answers in Genesis, so I was gung ho all through my college years, about maybe my senior year in college. Anyway, I'm open to evolution to some degree. I do think God had a guiding hand in it, but I lean more to humans being specially created, and maybe even some of the larger organisms, just because extinction rates and things like that. I mean, Reasons to Believe has some good evidence on that. I'm open to various positions. I mean, proving teleology is a hard thing. Science really can't prove anything. I like the nature of science aspects you were pointing out earlier. But anyway, what do you think on that, Donnie, with the Y chromosome and virgin birth? It just random thought that occurred to me.
It's a good question. And so I think a challenge, firstly, to the old Earth creation side, and T-Rock may agree with me here, is based on, And so I should ask you, from an old Earth creationist perspective, do you believe Adam and Eve go back 100 to 200,000 years, like Reasons to Believe would argue? Or
I
would
kind of
you
think they pushed that a little too far, but I haven't researched it out enough to be dogmatic on a specific position. So I'm open to either position, whether it be, that they were more like Michael Jones' idea that along with Walton's, I'm open to that, but I don't really like that one. So I'm more of, God specially created them, but maybe some of these other hominids might have been the Watcher type beings. I don't know yet. That's something I kind of would like to sift through better before I become super dogmatic on it. I do think God had a special creation aspect in humans. To what extent that is, I don't know exactly.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. It's helpful. And, my challenge to people like Michael Jones or Joshua Swamidas would have to do with the Y chromosome dissimilarity. I'm not going to rehash it, but, even in the evolutionary community, the most recent time that they've looked at it, they admitted that, okay, we got a couple of hypotheses here, but they're untested. They looked at sperm competition, faster mutation rates, maybe faster rates of gene conversion to explain why the chimpanzee Y is so drastically different from the human Y. For us who hold to the separate ancestry model, they make sense why it's so different. We would argue that humans and chimpanzees aren't related. But those that hold to the theistic evolution persuasion, they have a difficult challenge, I believe, that hasn't yet been answered. But to more directly answer your question here, on the screen is a Y chromosome phylogeny. Okay, so this is Y chromosome DNA variation worldwide. I could show you the same thing with mitochondrial DNA, which is uniparentally inherited DNA as well. And so all of these different groups from around the world, right? Africa Y chromosomes, European Y chromosome, Asian Y chromosomes. There's very little variation worldwide. Okay, every single male Y chromosome on the planet, basically identical, 99% the same. You'd expect if evolution were true, and there was an out of Africa event 200,000 years ago, and people started splitting off and isolating themselves in different parts of the globe, you'd expect there to be highly divergent Y chromosomes. But we don't find that. We see homogeneity or uniformity in the Y chromosomes worldwide. We actually see geographically specific Y chromosomes that haven't changed enough, but we can tell that they're unique enough where we've got Chinese Y chromosomes, European Y chromosomes. That to me screams the Tower of Babel, where people spread out just a few thousand years ago. Anyways, to address your point, the variation's low, the mutation rate is fast. So I think the challenge for the old Earth creationist who wants to put Adam or Noah, I would say this is Y chromosome Noah, 200,000 years ago. How do you take the Y chromosome back that far? Because if there's only a few differences separating any two people and the rate is fast, well, the only way to explain that is through a young Y chromosome, just 4,500 years ago with Noah. Your Nephilim question is a good question. It depends how you view the Nephilim, right? If you just look at Nephilim as giants, well, we see there's giants pre-flood and post-flood. For example, post-flood with Goliath. And so, yeah, we've got big people, large people, 10, 11 feet tall in the pre-flood world and the post-flood world. But if you hold to the position that says, well, maybe the Nephilim are the result of angels and human women to create these hybrids, well, they would have all died, I think, in the flood. So none of that would have been passed on. So I don't think it really has any significance in terms of the virgin birth or anything like that. I wouldn't hold to that view of the Nephilim anyways. I tend to hold to the godly line of Seth. Exactly, the Sethite model. So I don't know if that necessarily answers your question, but I don't think there's really any significance or anything we can make out of the virgin birth or the Nephilim. But go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the reason I'm kind of wondering this is, if you look at the non-African populations and the influx of what appears to be Nephilim or Denisovian DNA there. And this is
I get what you're saying. Are you okay? I should ask. So you're equating when you say Nephilim, You think that Denisovans,
just throwing it
Neanderthals,
out there as a
Heidelbergers?
possibility. I wouldn't
Okay.
say it has to be, but this is maybe an avenue of thought, because perhaps the spiritual physical distinction is more of a Greek type distinction. Maybe God actually gave physical bodies to some of these beings. I don't know. It's just kind of an interesting speculation to kind of wonder about.
That's a great question. I see Neanderthals and Denisovans as being a post-flood people group. I got a whole presentation on human evolution. Neanderthals were a very sophisticated people group, right? There's evidence that they made fires, buried their dead, purposeful navigation, but they were also the most inbred people group that we've ever seen. They got these massive stretches of identical letters. And so what that's called is homozygosity. So extreme levels of homozygosity. So to me, the Neanderthals are basically just a human people group. For example, this is the way they used to view Neanderthal. And then this is how they believe Neanderthal looked like today, because we actually have their genetics, right? And so if you saw a person like that on the street, you'd think, well, that's a human. But they existed in cold ecoglacial environments. So I would say they're adapted to cold ecoglacial environments, but they were also highly inbred. They were 40% less fit than modern humans because they existed in really small populations, and they accumulated a lot of mutations. I got a paper on it here. Right here, Neanderthals exhibited pervasive inbreeding. They had a lot of homozygosity. And so I don't believe Neanderthals or Denisovans were, Nephilim or anything like that. I don't believe they were non-human. I think they were fully human. As you know, I think we have Neanderthal genes. That means we interbred with them. And so the reasons to believe model, they have a bestiality problem. Because if Neanderthals aren't human, but yet we have their genes, that means humans and Neanderthals, which according to them are animals, they would have mated and produced viable offspring. And then what happens to the offspring? If the offspring is a hybrid between Neanderthals that are non-human and Homo sapiens that are human, are the offspring made in the image of God? Can they be saved? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I you kind of look at the Genesis 6 account, and if you extend that to the Enochian literature, it seems that there wasn't. But what was I going to say with it? I do admit that that's a weakness for the reasons to believe model. I think stretching Adam that far back and how they handled the Nephilim is a problem. On the flip side, if you are going to have all these things as post-flood deposits, it seems to be that the Pleistocene. Now we're getting more where I'm a little bit more familiar, because like Pleistocene geology, a little bit more studied on that. But there's so many events there, so many. I mean, there's evidence for more than one glaciation. Most young Earth models want just one. It seems that we're trying to fit in too many of the what most people would probably call post-flood deposits into too short of a time span there. So both models have these weaknesses, which kind of gets into what Charlie was talking about earlier with novel predictions and just the philosophy of science. We really can't prove any of these things. We weren't there, but we have to use a Bayesian analysis, and some of our prior knowledge does come into how we parse the data. I wouldn't take it to like the presuppositional extreme though, where we just, because then we do start to cherry pick things.
Yeah, I think those are some good points. I think that's where it comes down to what Charlie was talking about in his debate, being able to make testable and falsifiable predictions. Right, Charlie, you could feel free to jump on this too.
So
because,
a big.
Actually, Charlie, before you do, if I could just address his points on the glacials.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I know T-Rock would have something to say to that. I've had Mike Gord on. He's a regular guest every month or two. He's done the most work on the Ice Age, the post-flood biblical Ice Age. He's coming on actually in a couple of weeks to present on his new data or new book he's working on with ice cores. But we can make testable and falsifiable predictions, which is the gold standard of science. In terms of DNA, I think it's in our genetics. That's the best way to answer the question of ancestry, right? A rock, a piece of ice, geology are not inherited, sperm and egg, genes, traits, genetics are. And so the genetics of Neanderthal are 99.7% similar to us. We Homo sapiens were 99.99% the same. Well, what explains the minor differences in Neanderthal DNA? Well, again, they're the most inbred people group that we've ever seen. Their runs of homozygosity are massive. In those harsh environments, they probably had mutations to important DNA repair enzymes, which would result in what's called hypermutation. So they'd be passing on more mutations. Those mutations would become stuck in place, or in other words, fixed. And so I think that explains the minor differences between human and Neanderthal genetics. But if you see here on this picture, I think in that time frame that you're talking about, after the flood, you can easily have at the Tower of Babel, right, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, where you basically have the spreading out of these people groups. But you get some people groups like Neanderthals, Hobbit, right, Homo floresiensis, or Homo naledi. I think this is a better one, where, so Homo sapiens here, or humans. What was the human phenotype? You know, we could discuss that at a later time if you want, probably take it down another rabbit trail. But you could have these people groups, let's just say Neanderthals, they break away after Babel, they become isolated in an ecoglacial environment where you find them all throughout Eurasia, and they become highly inbred. They, because of their isolation, and so I think a lot of their genetics and features can be explained simply through isolation. Same thing, we find Hobbit and Naledi. We find Hobbit on an island, experience island dwarfism, and we find Naledi in a cave. And so the point is, I think these are all 100% humans, made in the image of God, but isolation, inbreeding, mutational meltdown, fixation, just being closer to the flood, having different sets of biodiversity than we have today, I think explains all their unique features in terms of phenotype, but also in terms of genetic content. Go ahead. I said a lot there. Whoever wants to jump in.
Well, somebody with like a chromosomal abnormality can be saved. So, I mean, why couldn't a Neanderthal be saved if it was a chromosomal abnormality and stuff like that?
Right. It's good to have you, Lazarus. But my point was, if you're going to go with the old Earth creation model that says Neanderthals were not fully human, well, then you'd have to say that Neanderthals are not made in the image of God, and they can't be saved. That's what reasons.
I guess I guess it also depends on your definition of like human. Human. But I mean,
well, do you believe Neanderthals are human?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't classify them as. I get like when we're doing the DNA and RNA and all that, there's little bitty differences here and there, but
I mean, right here is a Neanderthal. Right here is a depiction of 100 years ago. This is how they depicted Neanderthal. Some half ape, half human, brutish man, early reconstructions. But now that we actually have DNA analyses, very sophisticated DNA analyses, I don't know how reasons to believe feels good about saying that this is an animal, that this is that this isn't made in the image of God. I mean, this is clearly human. Here's another reconstruction. You're telling me that's not human?
If you go look at the fossils, like or not the fossils, if you go look at some of the bones that some people brought back, they just put skin over them, right? So like now we know that some of these didn't look like that. Like dinosaurs, we know that they had feathers a lot of the time. Like T-Rex was probably more like a big giant ostrich than
right. Well, and that's why they depicted Neanderthals 100 years ago without their DNA, like this half ape, half man, brutish creature. But now we have the genes. We share a lot of genes with the Neanderthals. We literally have their genes suggesting that we mated with them, right? We had kids with them. Yeah. And so, we got their genes for skin color, for hair. We understand what their eyesight was. We know they had better eyesight than us. We know that they had these striations on their bones that tell us they're extremely muscular. And so everything about the Neanderthals, especially in terms of their intelligence, tells us that they were a sophisticated people group. But we find in their genetics that they're highly inbred. Well, that makes sense from the young Earth creation model, because after Babel, they become isolated in less than ideal conditions. They existed in small groups. Anytime a group exists as a small tribe for an extended period of time, they experience the effects of inbreeding. And so there's papers here in the conventional literature. Inbred Neanderthals left humans a genetic burden. So I would just argue they're fully human, but they became isolated, inbred, and as a result, they deteriorated much in their genetics. Go ahead.
I wanted to add too, if it's okay.
Oh, yeah.
When y'all are talking about the Nephilim, if they can be saved or not. So, like, I don't know if any of y'all have read Jubilees or anything like that, but like they've got that the Nephilim back in that time when they died, they became spirits, and those are the demons that get referenced in Mark 8 and stuff like that. But some people argue that King Nebuchadnezzar was saved, like during Daniel's when he bows to Daniel and declares it, you know.
Right.
And I do buy that. So like, well, what I'm trying to get at is we have like, we know how to make a Nephilim, right? So we've got like there's Babylonian and Canaanite records on how to make a Nephilim. So just kind of a funny thing there. And the Japanese emperor still does it, by the way. But anyways,
how do you make a Nephilim?
So long story short, I'll try to summarize that. What you do is you if you're declaring yourself one of the kings, you get possessed by a deity, and then you go and have a sexual relation with your, the woman or whatever. So if a baby comes out of that, you get a Nephilim.
Is it human?
I think it comes down to one's view of what Nephilim, from my understanding, just means giant. Some people would, right. So some people would hold to.
Yeah, it just means giant.
Right. So it depends what view you hold to in Genesis 6. Are the Nephilim the result of angel and human interbreeding, or is it simply the Sethite theory, where it's just the godly line intermarrying with the unsaved lineage or people, which would explain why the world became so wicked, where it had to be flooded. So it depends how you view what the Nephilim are in the first place. Does it even become a problem?
Well, so like, for example, it would be like if Zeus / Jupiter, if someone was possessed by that spirit, they would the Jews would have said, the Jews and the Christians would have said, oh, well, they got possessed by a fallen angel, right? Which is a demon. But to the pagan, they're going, well, I got possessed by the gods, So that's how come they would say that, at least in Canaanite religion too, they would say that, well, they got possessed by the god, and they became part of that. So anyways, but
isn't it in a lot of Greek mythology, a lot of your heroes like Hercules or even Wonder Woman, they're the result of human, but also Zeus and a human or something, a human woman.
More Aquaman, but you were close with Wonder Woman.
Have you guys ever read Percy Jackson?
Not to be a comic book nerd here, but
right.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I actually have a question for Charles.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I have a question for you. In your debate with Dr. Kent, the science gent, you made a reference to single cell, primitive single cells, realizing it needed to.
You about to bash me on my use of the word primitive? Because I'm gonna get annoyed.
No, I want to know what you mean by realize, because doesn't realization denote some kind of conscious thought?
Wait,
and where did that conscious thought come from?
Wait.
Or
when did I say realize? And can you use?
You said that the primitive cell realized it needed to adapt.
Realize was the wrong word. If I said realize, I shouldn't have said realize. The primitive.
Well, yeah, word, but I'm gonna ask you, if it did, how did it come come to
Okay,
know
well,
that
it
it
wouldn't have
real
realized
that
it
it
doesn't have
needed
a
to.
it wouldn't have a conscious.
It wouldn't have a conscience, so how could it realize it needed to adapt?
Like I said, if I used realize, I shouldn't have used realize. That is a good question, though. Because a lot of evolution is driven on the idea of survival of the fittest. And that's going to be well, anything is going to stay alive and try to stay alive to the best of its ability. Now, I don't think that is necessarily going to be a conscious effort or a realization in those terms.
Well, what is it going to be? What is it going to
A
be?
natural drive.
Natural, but where's that natural drive?
That transcends any need for consciousness.
And how is that going to be applied to a single cell amoeba, proceeds, eukaryote, whatever you want to call it?
Is it yes or no? Is it going to want to consume matter to be able to have energy to perform tasks?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Where is it going to get this drive from? Where is it going to get this drive from?
I think
in some cases just real quick, sometimes like in the case of phytoplankton, right? They just have the sun, and that drives them to what they do. This is a very esoteric question about the nature of any living organism. All we know, with what we know for certain, is that every organism converts something into usable energy, whether that be sunlight or whether that be food or whatever, right? That is the base drive. Well, the base drive is to make more of yourself, and sometimes that can happen by accident, presumably. I'd imagine, or not by accident, but not with any effort done by the organism in question, like phytoplankton, right? They just absorb sunlight. They don't try to; they just do.
Okay, and so when we say, or as a biblical creationist myself, I believe the Bible's true. When God said that He created them to have this drive, why would that not be a credible explanation for it?
Maybe He did. I never said that I don't believe in God, or I believe that God doesn't exist.
But evolution would be more of a chance, just like when they say our brains are made up of random chance and chemicals. So how can we trust our own thought process if evolution is true?
Well, we can't in a philosophical sense, right? Like
so we can't. So we can't. So then my point would be then how do you trust scientists that say this is an absolute fact that evolution happened?
Good.
Most scientists wouldn't say it's an absolute fact. Yeah. So like if they're
really.
Yeah, if they read Kuhn and Lakatos.
Yes, really.
Okay, are we going to get into the? All right, I don't want. Okay.
Well, I'm going to jump in again, guys. So
yeah, go ahead, Donnie.
I wanted to ask Lazarus, my brother. Great to have you. We're both big eschatology fans.
Really quick, I don't want to be like I'm trying to cower out, but it is 10:40 for me, and I did promise my girlfriend I'd go hang out.
Of course.
So, Donnie has my email. Please feel free to link that so people can reach out to me. If people want to have a voice-to-voice conversation, reach out and I'll give you my Discord and we can do it privately, just hang out and have conversations, whatever. I'm always more than happy to do that. So yeah, Donnie, if you could just give everyone my email so they can reach out, I'd be more than happy to have further conversations with folks.
Absolutely. Charlie, it's been great to have you.
Always. I'm looking forward to my debate with T-Rock. It's going to be fun, man.
It is. It's going to be the showdown of all showdowns.
Yeah. Also, Donnie, I really want, like I said, I know I see like your YouTube reels. Come on, I really want you to make one of me, but I want it to be the Interstellar theme. I think I have to earn that, though, and I think it should be a democratic vote to if I've earned that.
You have most definitely earned it now that you've done 3 very memorable debates on the channel.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, hello. I've always wanted to say hi to you. I loved your debate with
Mr.
him.
Smith is what we call him.
Yeah.
No, we have a rule, Donnie, you and I, where we call people what we want them, what they want to be called, right? That's why I call Dr. Hovind, and
I just want to call you Mr. Anderson. You
Mr. Anderson.
Who's the biggest Matrix fan here is going to be the.
But
the
yeah,
new
so
debate we're
anybody
having.
reach out to me. Mr. Anderson, if you ever have time, I would love to talk to you some point and just get debate tips and stuff like that if you ever have time for that.
you know what? Donnie can give you my email, and I'd be more than happy to set something up.
Perfect.
And you and I
Thank
can
you.
have a chit chat.
Thank you
I'd
so
be
much.
more than happy to do that.
Yeah,
with
Donnie,
you.
could you give me Mr. Anderson's details?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll give you a quick tip, Charlie. Seriously, it's a serious tip. It's not a joke. I said this in the chat during your last debate with Dr. Hovind. Go to creation.com and get studied up on young Earth creation arguments. Seriously.
All righty, I will do that.
Creation.com.
Yeah, I will give you some more particular advice on that, but in general, that is true.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I am Mr. Anderson's personal young Earth creationist secretary. So anything that Mr. Anderson sets up goes through me first. So Charlie, you reach out to me, and we'll set you up with Mr. Anderson, and you and I we got to set up our podcast.
We do. We have to. We've got a lot of stuff to do. All right. Thank you guys. Have a great one.
Okay, Charlie, appreciate it. It's been a great 2.5 hours. It's been a lot of fun. Mr. Anderson, welcome. Feel free to jump in. I was just about to engage Lazarus on something, but it's something that you're more than aware of. And something that Mr. Anderson has tried and failed to address, but we'll see if he can address it this time. Anderson, we're getting the party started. So get those.
It's something I've tried and failed to address. I'm interested in now. Well, I mean, do you want to do our little discussion first, Donnie, and then we can get into Lazarus, or do you want to do Lazarus first?
I don't even know what he's going to get me on here.
Well, I was just wondering if Lazarus, because I know you're of the old Earth persuasion, but are you also of the evolution persuasion, in the sense that do you believe humans and chimpanzees go back to a common ancestor?
Well, evolution wise, scientific wise, yes. I think I agree with it, but at the same time, when I'm how do I explain this? So right now, like, I think evolution is the best explanation scientifically that we have. But I also would say this, though. I would say back in the day when, like, the 90s, when you and I were growing up, like, we were learning about black holes, right? And we thought it was, like, basically a tornado in the, we thought it was like that sort of. But
I'm just going to run and get my charger. I'll be right back.
But then we started to learn more, and we were like, oh.
Well, Lazarus, let me just, I don't want to go too off the point. Okay, so you believe it's the best explanation, but I was pressing Charlie and Andrew and just about every evolutionist that I've engaged on just one of the many points that I believe an evolutionary model can explain. And so I'm not going to rehash everything. I'm not sure if you're listening, but if you do believe that humans, so if you believe humans and chimpanzees are related, go back to a common ancestor, then how do you explain the fact that, and we can see on the visual here, the human Y, here's the human Y, here's the chimpanzee Y. The human Y and the chimpanzee Y are only 35% the same when you consider overall gene content, overall size differences, and overall genomic architecture. It makes sense from the separate ancestry standpoint that, we don't need to explain these massive differences because they're not related. That's what the data seems to tell us. But if you're going to say that humans and chimps are related, how do you explain this huge discrepancy, Lazarus, my brother?
Well, I'd also say that Adam and Eve were created in sacred space. So that's what I would say with that. I would say God created Adam and Eve on a mountain that was in sacred space.
I'm not really sure I understand your. So are you saying humans and chimps are related or not?
Well, I'm saying that we have some similarities, yes.
But a lot of differences. So if you're going to say they're related,
there's a lot of differences, yeah.
You're going to have to explain how those differences arose.
Well, like I said, I think it's the best. I was trying to explain it earlier. Like, I think it's the best scientific explanation that we have. I don't think that it's necessarily that it's in the future we might find that it's not.
Well, I already showed you that it's not. I'm showing you this data point from the Y chromosome that
Yeah,
suggests.
but Donnie, you got to give him the context of the paper that's drawn from.
No, Mr. Anderson, the context of the paper provides what's called untested hypotheses: sperm competition, faster rates of gene conversion, faster mutation rates. They don't work. They're untested.
They're tested, right? They just.
Oh, they are. Then how come it says right here needs to be evaluated in subsequent studies? It's a hypothesis.
That's kind of the nature of science, right? Because you always leave a little bit on the table. You always leave them wanting more, and scientific conclusions are always tentative and are never firm, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, like, that theory can be fleshed out some more. But look, I don't want to intrude into the conversation. But
it's okay.
There is a hypothesis. Let's just make sure that your interlocutor there is made aware of that there is a. The
interlocutor needs to be aware of data points that contradicts what he says and has been saying is the so-called best explanation for ancestry. So, Mr. Anderson, my question for you is, can you provide me a detailed mathematical model that outlines all of the massive chromosomal rearrangements, the changes in gene content, and the addition of entirely new gene families in 6 million years? Can you show me that mathematical model, Mr. Anderson?
I don't have something on my fingertips. What does the paper say?
Well, here's the thing. I've been asking. No, it doesn't provide that. I've been asking this argument.
Well, then look, if the paper doesn't have one, then one hasn't been created yet.
Exactly. Right? So it's not science. So you failed. You failed in the past and you failed now. Just admit it. Own it, Mr. Anderson. You don't have a mathematical model addressing this problem. It remains a problem.
You're right.
Actually,
hey, look, Donnie, when you're right, I don't beat around the bush when it comes to things like that. I'm just saying that there is a hypothesis, at least, with respect to this. So there's competing hypotheses.
If I could real quick, evolutionists actually do have a mathematical model that explains why this is a problem. That mathematical model is that common ancestry is calculated, the chronological distance between humans and chimps is calculated to the tune of 1e-6. So they've already assigned a mutation rate, and it does not match the Y chromosome difference.
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't match the Y chromosome difference, and that's why there's a separate, I guess you would call it a rescue device, but I would just say that there's a separate explanation with respect to the Y chromosome that's got a lot more to do with the way that chimps are than the way that humans are.
Are you confident, Mr. Anderson, my good man? And always great to have you, by the way. Are you confident?
No, it's a pleasure.
Is sperm competition enough for you to believe that the chimpanzee Y right here, the reason why this chimpanzee Y is essentially nothing like the human Y is because of sperm competition? Are you satisfied with that answer?
You know what? I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that that I know enough about it to get into a real drag 'em out fight with you on that one, Donnie. If you want, I can prepare for that. But that's not what I'm prepared for tonight.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, what I've heard so far is that the 1e-6 mutation rate is sufficient for calculating the 6 million year time span, but you got to have some other mutation rate that's not used for that to explain the Y chromosome.
Yeah, you know what? I'd have to brush up on the detail from the paper to give you more information on that, T-Rock. I just don't know. Honestly, just don't know.
Now,
Hey,
Mr.
Donnie,
Anderson,
can I ask
I'm
you a
not even sure
question?
about that one times that one mutation rate. I'm not sure that that's accurate either. I don't think it is, but maybe it is. But yeah, I'm not sure about that.
so I guess the last
E to
thing
the
I'll
negative
say,
6. I don't think that's correct in terms of what we expect the mitochondrial mutation rate to be. That sounds quite high to me.
It's not from mitochondrial. That's not how the chronological distance is calculated.
Okay, well,
that 1E negative 6 is from protein coding sequences, not mitochondrial DNA.
yeah, it sounds a little bit high to me still. I think if I remember correctly, the mutation rate for humans is something like 1E negative 11.
No, I actually got the number directly from a geneticist who is not a creationist.
Well, that may be, but you know what? I mean, maybe you're wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't really matter
Well,
what the number is.
The 1E negative 6 number is actually part of the problem behind Haldane's dilemma. So if you're arguing for something
Haldane's
slower,
dilemma is solved a different way.
if you're arguing for something slower than 1E negative 6, you're basically exasperating Haldane's dilemma.
I'm not worried about Haldane's dilemma. Haldane's dilemma is solved by parallel processes, right?
So, Lazarus, what's your take on Haldane's dilemma?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have one.
Scriptures and Stones, you have one?
I'm not familiar with it. I'd have to be brushed up on it.
Have you heard of the waiting time problem?
No, I don't think so. It's been a long time. Like genetics isn't my specialty. It's more geology and the philosophy of science.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, like I said, I am familiar with Haldane's dilemma, and I don't think that I don't think that it's an insoluble problem by any stretch of the imagination.
Do you mind explaining it to the other two in evolutionary terms?
Sure. So the idea is that the waiting time problem. Let's do the waiting time problem classically, because that's the one you're really kind of leaning into, right? I would assume, right? So what's going on there is that what they're saying is that it would take too long for people to evolve, or for anything to evolve out of anything, because first you've got the super unlikely event of mutation happening, and then you have to wait for another super unlikely event to happen. And if you wait for all of those things to happen one after another after another after another, then you're going to get to like the age of the universe before you get to a human. That's the waiting time problem.
Okay, let me explain it a little more direct for the sake of those who follow evolution theory. The waiting time problem, essentially what it amounts to, is the fixation of any given mutation is there's some calculable amount of time that any one mutation has to endure before it's fixed in the population.
No, the waiting time problem doesn't have to do with fixation necessarily.
Yes, it does. That's why it's called
the waiting time problem has got to do with positive selection.
That's what you're waiting for.
I know a lot about the waiting time problem. So look, here's the thing: is that the waiting time problem? That's kind of one of the things about the solution, if you will, to the waiting time problem, is that you don't need to wait for fixation for the waiting time, or in order for there to be the next positive evolution, and the next and the next and the next, right? They can all be happening at the same time. You don't need to wait for fixation. You never did.
So that's antithetical to the defense against genetic entropy. The whole defense
you want to talk about genetic entropy, then I'm all in, T-Rock. You don't want to talk about genetic entropy with me. I will wreck you.
If I could, I'd like to. I'd like to return to a thing Lazarus was pointing out there, and that's the difference really between science and scientism. As Christians, even back before I was an old Earth creationist, back when I was a young Earth creationist, and I was looking at the geology, taking geology classes, I looked at the young Earth models, and I'm like, even when I still believed God did all this stuff in the way that the young Earth model puts forward, I was like, they don't have the novel predictions. They don't have the explaining power that the secular scientific theory has. And I think it's just being intellectually honest.
I think you're way off base with that claim.
Well, I could be wrong, but like, you know, not to bring up the heat problem, but you know, there's all these things that you know are without divine intervention. You've
Shots
got
fired, man. Shots fired.
No,
but
seriously,
science never really gets this absolute truth. It just gets
seriously.
this.
No, let me explain very specifically, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. I want to explain very specifically why you're off base with that claim. Because when an evolutionist says we make predictions, and then they talk about Tiktaalik, here's the problem with that particular prediction. It's really just a prediction based on physical characteristics and environmental conditions. Basically, Tiktaalik is something you would predict. Today, we know land animals exist. We know marine animals exist. We also know amphibious animals exist. And so there's an array of creatures from land to water. And so all you're doing with Tiktaalik is following a basic physical pattern. That's it, nothing else. What really makes a prediction unique is that
That's not
you
quite
take
right.
what really makes a prediction unique is that you take the amount of time you believe has passed and use that in an equation of some sort, and then you verify the difference between 4.5 billion year calculations and 6,000 year calculations in the exact same equations. So that's where
Okay.
the helium.
So what you're saying, T-Rock, is that the Tiktaalik prediction, that's not really that impressive, and it won't be that impressive, and it never will be that impressive, unless, for example, you were to also say, look, not only should there be this creature that is intermediate between fish and terrestrial vertebrates, but also it should be found at this time, at this depth of the fossil record, and we should be able to go to somewhere that there is, you know, exposed rock of that precise specific age, and if we dig there, we should find that exact fossil. That would be impressive. Until you see that, don't talk to me. Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly, because when you say of a specific age, you're kind of question begging at that point, because
Well,
you
sure. Okay,
can't.
let me put it a different way. At a specific depth and associated with a specific, what you would call, let's say, associated with specific index fossils and associated with specific radiometric dates. You know,
T-Rock, do you think
associated with
scientific?
what conventional science would associate with that age, whether that represents true age or not, right? You're saying, like, you would have to also not only predict what it's going to look like, but also tell us where and in what, you know, and with what things it should be associated with. Which microfossil should it be associated with? Which insect fossil should it be associated with? And what radiometric isotopes should it be associated with? That would impress you, right?
No, because you're still just following physical patterns when you're doing that.
Right, but I mean, those are some pretty hefty predictions, and I think the reason that you say that wouldn't impress you is because you know that the next thing I'm going to say is that's exactly what they did.
No, that's not what they
You
did.
didn't know that?
What they did was
You didn't know that?
they went to an environment that they knew was basically in that zone where you have
Right.
organisms from land on one side, and you've got organisms from purely marine on the other side, and
What the edge of any water is like that, T-Rock.
That's my
the
point.
thing that was special about this particular coastline, right? Pick any coastline and you're going to find animals that swim on one side and animals that walk on the other side. What's interesting here is that Donnie, I'm here to talk to you. Where are you going?
The failure of Tiktaalik is that its trackways were found to be supposedly 10 million years older than the fossil itself and fully formed. So
I don't know anything about that. You'd have to citation needed on that one. I don't know anything about that.
T-Rock, do you think that scientific theories from various positions are commensurable or incommensurable? In other words, can we neutrally compare them, or they just you have to step into a different worldview to? Is it like switching sports teams, or is there a rational way to decide between the two?
That's exactly what I was describing a little while ago. There's a rational way to decide between the two, and that's the, for example, Humphrey's prediction on magnetic fields of Uranus. That is a classic example of taking a known physics problem and plugging in your two options. 4.5 billion years is one of the numbers that goes into the equation, or plug in 6,000 years and see which one predicts the closer. As it turns out, the 6K produces a much, much more accurate result in the exact same physics equation.
Okay, but if we only look at one part of a theory, just like one narrow detail, then we'll be switching teams all the time. So you kind of have to look at these things holistically. What would affect the hardcore of your theory compared to a different theory?
So another example is Earth's magnetic field. Another example is carbon-14. Another example is helium diffusion. These are all opportunities to use one timeline or the other, and one of them consistently works and the other one does not.
Is everybody behaving?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I mean, to the
Since
extent
we're
we
very
ever
close,
do, Johnny.
since we're very close to the 3-hour mark, I just had to refresh myself a little bit. Mr. Anderson, what would you
Of
now?
course, Tony. I hope I didn't come across as rude just now. I didn't mean
No,
to.
no, I think you're all doing great.
You don't have a cold.
Hey, Donnie, I was going to ask you a question real quick on the Y chromosome.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
The sequencing of the Y chromosome wasn't completed until about August of last year, 2023. How does and they upon sequencing they came up with 41 apparently 41 new proteins and a couple million pairs that were added to the chromosome, the Y chromosome. How would that fit in with the creationist versus the evolutionary view of the Y chromosome, since now it's been sequenced properly and all these new things have been found out about it through the sequencing?
Appreciate the question. I would just argue that the differences make all the differences. So they've sequenced more of the Y chromosome, and I argue that currently the Y chromosome dissimilarity between humans and chimps is one of the, if not the best, supporting lines of evidence for separate ancestry, and I'm just looking forward to seeing our evolutionist friends like Mr. Anderson work on providing a mathematical model to empirically verify their hypotheses. I think that's basically where we're at right now. And Mr. Anderson pointed out that,
and if
well, I'm not
and
going
a
to be doing
follow-up
any
question for
mathematical
that.
modeling. I'm not a geneticist.
You're the jack of all trades, Mr. Anderson. Mathematician, biologist, geneticist, Mr. Slick.
And my follow-up question for that, Donnie, would be why would you think they wouldn't want to fully sequence the chimp Y chromosome in order to compare it to a fully sequenced human Y chromosome? Do you think it would show?
I'd assume they do want to. They're probably working on that as they get better sequencing techniques. And, I think they got a pretty good idea as to what the chimpanzee Y chromosome looks like, which is why they're able to manifest that visually in terms of gene content, architecture, and size. So maybe the more better sequencing they get on the chimpanzee Y, it might turn out to be a little more dissimilar. But yeah, I would assume they'd like to get more DNA.
Well, I would think that they wouldn't want to get it formally sequenced because it probably would show no common ancestry, but special design, special creation.
I think they will probably just still appeal to sperm competition, faster rates of gene
rescue
rates.
Yeah, rescue device.
Well,
right.
But anyway,
okay, Mr. Anderson, you're up now. What would you like to discuss?
All right. Well, I was wondering if you and I might have a little conversation here about the whole thing with respect to Eve and Christ and the timeline associated with that. Do you have time for that?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to leave the chat, and I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. Have a good night.
Oh, hey, Centurion, God bless. Have a blessed night, man. Hope you had a brilliant
time. God bless, guys. Jungle Jargon, Robert, T-Rock. Mars Hill, great to have you guys here.
Likewise.
Hitting it on all cylinders.
God
Yeah.
bless Centurion. Always a pleasure, brother. I appreciate the questions and the input.
Nice to see you, Centurion.
Yeah. God bless, Donnie. Have a good night, guys. God bless. Be safe.
Likewise.
Hey, Donnie, can I just bring up one thing? I got to go soon. Could I
Go
just
ahead.
chime in for 1 second?
It's good to have you, Mars Hill.
Yeah, thanks, man. Good to see you too. I just want to bring up one point and spend a couple minutes on it. And so when I used to be a skeptic, and one thing that kind of led me towards the Bible scientifically, and I'm sure you or T-Rock can kind of put the creationist technical terms on this, or even the evolutionist technical terms on this. You and I spoke about this in terms of population mechanics, but what I'm going to call, this is my phrase, intellectual growth speed, right? It could be an individual human being growing, or it could be a species over a period of time, right? That's just me putting that coined phrase. I don't know if that's the actual terminology. So what I'm trying to get at is whether we split 200,000 years ago or 2 million years ago, depending on what exact point we want to scope in on, it seems that the intellectual growth speed was at a very snail-like pace for whether it's 200,000 or 2 million years, right? But then if you go by the young Earth creation model for the 6,000 years, and then you see that 5,000 years ago is a secular fact that the history of writing took place, right? You guys hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you vividly clear.
So let me make sure I'm on a cell phone. So based on the young Earth creation model, 6,000 years, 5,000 years ago, you got the history of writing. And in that 5,000 years, our what I would call intellectual growth speed, going from an evolutionist timeline, just skyrocketed, right? In 5,000 years, we went from being able to write to build a rocket ship. But for 2 million years before that, it seems like we were just gradually learning new things here and there. So how do you explain that? And what do you say? And how would you grow what I call intellectual growth speed, the way that it just at a snail-like pace for 2 million years, and then it just explodes out of nowhere? What would you call that?
So I do actually have an explanation for you if you're interested.
Sure.
All right. Well, if we look at, stretching. If you look at the increase in brain case size going from, let's say, the Australopithecines to early genus Homo, it is a fairly slow, gradual increase. I think it goes from about, I could be wrong, 400 cc's to 600. Could be wrong there. Then as soon as we get genus Homo, where we are definitely using tools, it does speed up. And part of that might just be needing to use the brain for more complex tasks. Could be social situations requiring more brain power as well. Once that happens, Homo erectus, as an example, the brain size is pretty variable, but it starts trending upward pretty quick until you get to the last common ancestor between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis. So later Homo erectus / it's not Rudolfensis, Heidelbergensis, I think. It's about 1,500 cc's, which is about where humans are sitting at right now, and Neanderthals got a little bit bigger than that. Looking at looking at human genetics, at about that time as well, there was a mutation in, I think it's neuron density in the frontal lobe, something to do with that. And that appears to have caused a sudden explosion in just intelligence beyond what brain size can account for. And like I said, this is tracked to about the divergence point between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens.
I'm going to jump in just because we are at the 3-hour mark. I want to respect Mr. Anderson as he's wanted to discuss a very specific point for a little while. And then I also want to make sure, because we usually, I'm thinking of capping this at 4 hours. Then I know T-Rock and Grayson want to interact a little bit. So I appreciate the question there, Mars Hill. Thank you for the engagement. Doc, Mr. Anderson, start to you, my good man.
Thank you so much, Donnie. So as just a backdrop from our to our conversation, can we agree that we're under the October 13th protocol?
As far as I can remember what the October 13th protocol is.
I'll rattle it off for you. You tell me if there's anything wrong.
No,
You're real,
let's
I'm
just go
real,
right to
God's
it.
real.
And let's just go right to the mitochondrial. If you want, I can kick us off because we're at the
All right.
3-hour mark. You know.
All right.
And
Let's. And the other thing I wanted to make sure. So I'm going to assume that we agree on the reality of reality. Then, if there's something that that fusses you about that, then I guess we can go over it. The other thing I want to make sure we agree on is that we both agree natural selection is a thing and that it does operate on humans. I'm not asking you to agree that macro evolution or anything, just acknowledge that natural selection exists, that it is a force, even if a small one. You agree with that?
I agree that natural selection being differential reproduction, yes, it's acting. It's not. It's limited for sure. You know, it's mostly good at removing the worst mutants from the equation and amplifying your rare beneficial mutation, but it's almost non-existent when it comes to most mutations, nearly neutral mutations. It doesn't see those. So those are, yeah. So it's definitely there. It's real. But
that's all limited. I wanted. Now, when you're looking at identifying the literal Eve, you're using the molecular clock, right?
Yeah, we're looking at mitochondrial DNA diversity in combination with the observed mutation, right?
Okay. And the molecular clock is based on the accumulation of changes within the genome as a whole over successive generations, right?
Well, yeah, if we're looking at the pedigree rate, right, you can look at grandmother,
we're not necessarily
mother,
looking at the pedigree rate. We're looking at the molecular clock in general. The molecular clock is the accumulation of changes within the genome as a whole over successive generations, right?
You can take grandmothers, mothers, daughters.
It's not the question I asked you, Donnie.
Well, I'm going to answer the question however I want to. You can take the differences, you can count them up, and what you typically come up with is a fast mutation rate. But we're not, as creationists, we're not necessarily concerned. And this is where I should ask you: have you read the Eve consensus sequence paper yet by Dr. Rob Carter in the conventional literature?
Through it.
You flipped through it or read it?
Flipped through it.
Do you remember what the average nucleotide difference was between any person between the Eve consensus sequence? Because that's an important point if we're going to discuss this.
The one that I was looking at more closely was actually the paper that he based his stuff on, which is the Ding et al. Paper. And we'll get into that in a minute here.
Yeah, but that one was published in a creation. I'm talking about the conventional literature.
The Ding et al. Paper is a conventional literature.
No, I'm talking about the paper that Dr. Rob Carter published in the conventional literature. Do you remember the name of that one, Mr. Anderson?
No, I'm not going to remember the name of any paper, Donnie. I don't have a good memory for that sort of thing.
Do you remember our last discussion that Dr. Rob Carter published the Eve consensus sequence?
Just tell me the answer. Just tell me the answer. What's the number that you want?
So
I'm not worried about Dr. Rob Carter's number. I'm worried about Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson's number.
Well, Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson has a slightly different approach than I do.
Do you agree with Jeanson's approach? Or do you think that there's a problem with Jeanson's approach?
Jeanson has his own predictions based on his own model. And since my approach to it is different, I would make different predictions based on the mitochondrial DNA. For example, I'm not necessarily concerned with species-wide change, how quickly or how slowly the entire species changes as a whole. I'm more concerned with divergence from the Eve consensus sequence that was published by Dr. Rob Carter in the conventional literature, which is what I'm trying to find here. And on average, it's about 21 mutations different.
Right. I remember that's the average. Yeah. And it's about 140 is a maximum. You have to use the maximum. Right. We had that conversation before. So it doesn't matter what the average is, because what we care about is what is the most different that we have been, because that's the amount that we have to accumulate over that period of time. Right.
Right. So the question is, how quickly or how slowly do humans diverge from that Eve consensus? So you can, in the sense, how long does
and
it
so
take
when you're
to
doing that,
accumulate
when
those
you're
mutations?
looking at how quickly or how slowly those two diverge, you're looking at the changes within the genome as a whole over successive generations, right?
Just keep making your case. I want to find the paper. I got a lot of slides.
No,
here.
I want to nail this one down. Like,
well, I look
let
at
me put it another way. Let me put it another way. Let's see if you'll agree with this, because I think you're hesitant to agree with that statement. Would you agree with this? Would you agree that by looking at how far apart, you take two groups, you look at how far apart each group has drifted, and based on that, we can determine how long it has been since their genes were mixed, which is to say, how long has it been since they had an ancestor in common for that gene? And in this case, that gene that we're looking at is the mitochondrial genes, right?
Not necessarily, because how long does it take to accumulate 140 differences from the Eve consensus sequence? And so we know the mutation rate is fast. And so we know that
Donnie,
it doesn't take a very
I'm
long.
just going to ask you to stop flipping through your slides for a second and listen to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is the same thing as what I think you're trying to say, but you're not listening to me because you're trying to find something else. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, there's two groups. You're still flipping. I can see you doing it. There's two groups. In order to determine how far apart they've drifted using the molecular clock, what you're going to do is you're going to look at how different their respective genomes are, the two groups' genomes. And that will allow you to determine how long it's been since their genes had been mixed together. And what that in turn means is how long it has been since they had an ancestor in common for example, the mitochondrial DNA. That's true, isn't it?
I think that's a mathematical blunder.
It's difficult because if you look at this mitochondrial,
that's what mitochondrial
Anderson,
is.
I've given you so much uninterrupted time to speak.
Sorry.
You've literally spoken more than me. Relax, okay?
Go ahead.
So if you look at the mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree, that's I think there's some built-in assumptions, because let's take the HVR haplogroup, right? These are a reflection of DNA differences in people groups over time. These branches all go back to a common ancestor. But the branches are different sizes. So we have differing size branches, which means the mutation rate is variable. It's not constant, because this tells us that people are picking up more mutations in the same amount of time than their cousins. And so it's not that easy to take two different people groups, count up the differences, and try and figure out when those people groups split from a common ancestor. Let's say if we were to look at, a certain island, or when a population founded a certain part of the globe. Go ahead.
So I put it to you that when we are using the molecular clock, the presumption that we make is that rate at which those differences accumulate is constant, and that's how we count back in time.
No,
and that rate.
I don't agree that it's constant, and that's where I would differ from Dr. Jeanson. Is I believe the mutation rate is not constant, and you can see that reflected anyways, because you have people in the same amount of time picking up more mutations than their cousin, and we know hypermutation is a reality. There's a paper here in 2022 that talks about how two known families had genetic drivers of germline hypermutation. So it comes down to this.
Right, those guys were exposed to radiation, though.
Right. Oh, right. Exactly. We talk about the heat problem immediately post-flood. Those rocks are going to have a lot of radiation in them. They're going to have a lot.
Those guys, that guy was undergoing they were like nuking his testicles, I think. But at any rate, no, it was chemotherapy. I think he was doing chemotherapy, something like that. Doesn't matter.
So
My point here is, look, No, T-Rock, just, you know what? You're going to get a chance to engage. If I don't want to take on two people at the same
Well,
time.
I want to make this point so it's clear to the audience.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Hyper or mutation rates are variable. Okay. The consensus sequence paper, you'll have to look it up yourself. They've got a consensus for Eve. They know what Eve's sequence look like in terms of the mitochondrial DNA. We know on average it's between 20 and 25 DNA differences separating any two people from each other, or the Eve consensus sequence max is about 140. So how long does it take? Rather than looking to species-wide change or the substitution rate, okay, how quickly does a species change? We're more concerned with how long does it take to accumulate the max amount of DNA differences. 140 in light of a per generation mutation rate of about 0.1 to 0.5 in the mitochondrial DNA.
Well, but you can't say that, John, because you just told me the mutation rate's highly variable. So which is it? Is it highly variable or is it relatively consistent? Because if it's relatively consistent, then you can count back and you can get your 6,000 years. If it's highly variable, then you know what? Maybe Eve was a bajillion years ago and the mutation rate was really slow for a period of time. You know, but I don't think that's the argument you want to make.
It sounds like it's consistently fast, but
so it's consistent,
some lineages will mutate even faster in the sense that they'll accumulate more differences based on.
I'm not trying to bust you on. I know that you want to say that Africans are faster, and I know that you want to say that Neanderthals are faster. You know what? I don't agree with you, but we're not even going to talk about that right now. Let's just talk about, except for those, okay? And if you got other examples, say except for those two. Except for those, the mutation rate is consistent, right?
It's still difficult because, again, this is the HVR haplogroup, most common in Europe. And you can see that even amongst them, which are not Africans, it's not Neanderthals, not Denisovans, the mutation rate's variable. And so essentially it breaks the evolution. The beginnings of your sentences are starting in the middle of mine. It means that you can't make those evolutionary assumptions based on the evolutionary molecular clock. All we can do is look at the Eve consensus sequence. We know how many mutations removed we are from Eve. Okay. Does it take 200,000 years or 100,000 years to accumulate those DNA differences, or does it just take a couple hundred generations? And I would say the most parsimonious explanation is that we're looking at only a couple hundred generations worth of mutations on this phylogenetic tree. Go ahead.
Right. But see, so what it seems to me that you're saying is not only do you think that the pedigree rate is the rate to use. See, what the conversation I wanted to have with you is whether or not we should be using the substitution rate or the pedigree rate. But it seems to me that you're saying not only do we need to use the pedigree rate, in fact, that rate is useless. And we can't tell a darn thing about when, like the molecular clock is not a thing. That's what you're arguing with me right now. Do you think that the molecular clock is a thing? Answer me that.
I don't think it's that there's a strict molecular clock.
Do you think there's a molecular clock at all?
Well,
is it a useful concept?
I think we can point to a rate that is consistently fast and yet variable. And I think that consistently fast rate, in light of the fact that
variable and consistent, it has to pick. You got to pick one. So, do you believe in the molecular clock? Do you believe in its ability to? Do you believe in its ability to allow us to estimate how long or how many generations removed one population is from another, or do you think that it's got no use at all?
No, I think there's a use. We'd have to look at a case-by-case basis, though.
A case-by-case basis. So there's no consistent use for the molecular clock. What you're telling me is you don't believe in the molecular clock.
I don't believe in the evolutionary molecular clock that has to assume.
It doesn't sound like you believe in any molecular clock. Do you believe in any molecular clock?
Well, I believe we can make conclusions based on the accumulation rate. Okay.
Well, how can we make conclusions based on the accumulation rate if we don't have an accumulation rate that you think is consistent? See, what the problem is, Donnie, you're kind of cornered here, in that you're going to have to either say, I don't believe in the molecular clock, or you're going to have to admit that you believe that there is a consistent rate. You can say it has a little bit of variation here and there, but
Right.
if we're going to say that there is a rate at which humans accumulate mutations on a per generation basis, that rate is going to have to be something that you're going to have to say is consistent. Otherwise, the molecular clock is utterly useless, and you just don't believe in the molecular clock, which is fine. Which way do you want to go?
I believe it's consistent enough to say that there's only a couple hundred generations on any given mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic tree. Now, when we look to certain groups, we understand that there are factors.
I
at
know about
play.
the Africans and the Denisovans and I mean, I don't agree with you on any of those. I
Well,
think
no,
you're,
again,
but I
even
don't
here,
want to talk about that. I just
even
want to
here,
talk about
but
the regular rate.
I, for sake of argument, I will say, even though, like, let's just say the HVR haplogroup, even though the rate is variable, it's not variable enough to where we can't look at a per generation rate and understand that that per generation rate or accumulation rate takes us back to, let's say in this case, an Eve about 6,000 years ago.
Right.
Less than
So
10,000.
we can calculate Eve. You believe that we can calculate how long ago Eve was because we have a molecular clock, and that molecular clock accumulates variations at a consistent enough rate to be useful, right?
To be useful enough to say, hey, the on average DNA differences being 20 to 25 is
to be
easily
useful enough to
explainable.
calculate the age or the
I'm
difference in
not
number of
concerned with
generations.
species wide. I'm not concerned with substitution. I'm not concerned with how quickly the entire
If we
human.
take two
I'm not done
groups.
talking. I'm not
Go
concerned
ahead.
with how quickly the entire human species changes as a whole. I am concerned with how long. Okay, we can reason together. How long would it take to accumulate roughly 25 DNA differences from the Eve consensus sequence that you would argue is a coalesce sequence? I would argue it's Eve's real created sequence.
That's the same thing. Eve's real created sequence would also be a coalescent sequence, right?
Right, but you would say that at one point each DNA position there, each allele was a wild type allele that drifted to fixation.
What I
But
would
I
say
am
is
saying that there was no
that
previous ancestors to that sequence, the Eve consensus sequence. It's the created sequence. There's no prior ancestors to
I
it.
know. That doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
So, not for this conversation, it doesn't. So, if a change. So, we're talking about how far, when we're looking at let's say, for example, an island population. Do you agree with me that you can figure out how long a population has been isolated from another population using the using the molecular clock? So, for example, on this tree that you've got, this phylogenetic tree, we can say, look, this molecular clock is going to show that the European group split off from the Asian group about X number of generations ago. And all of these variations that form part of the European clade, those separated from all of these variations that form part of the Asian clade, and that happened X number of generations ago. And the biological clock can tell us that. Do you agree with that?
No, not necessarily, because I do agree that a phylogenetic tree like this is a reflection of the last 4,500 years of human history. For example, I do believe all these branches go back to a common ancestors about 4,500 years ago. And so post-flood history would be reflected on this tree. But to say exactly when populations branched off, to say when certain groups settled, the origin of groups on certain islands like the Canary Islands, I do believe there's going to be some assumptions at play that we're going to have to work through. Assumptions on population sizes, when they are, if there were replacement groups there. So
okay, well, we're not talking about the Canary Islands yet. We're talking about Europeans and Asians. And according to Dr. Jeanson, who I understood you agreed with, Dr. Jeanson would say that he can count back and look at the number of mutations between the common ancestor of all Europeans and the common ancestor of all Asians, and say that those two had their own common ancestor, 14 generations further back. He would
From my
say that I can
understanding,
count
in his
these
book,
back,
in
or,
his
or
book,
however
trait,
many, back.
right,
That's
he's
the
looking at
molecular clock.
he's looking at the Y chromosome in traced, if I remember correctly, and he's
Doesn't
looking.
matter. But you can
He's
do the same
comparing
thing with
population.
mitochondrial DNA, though, right?
But he's made predictions on mitochondrial DNA, but he's tested the predictions on Y chromosome, and he's looking at population growth curves.
All right. Well,
in relation to
I
the
misspoke then. In replacing Darwin, then in one of them he uses mitochondrial DNA.
right. In
This is the
replacing
one with
Darwin,
mitochondrial Eve. So with mitochondrial Eve, he can go back and he can say, look, the molecular clock is going to accumulate changes at a particular rate. And that means that if we look at the number of changes between all of the population, between this clade, which is the spreading out clade of Europeans, and this clade, which is the spreading out clade of South Americans, that means they had a common ancestor X number of generations ago, right?
this is
Come
a
on, Donnie,
tree.
this is basic stuff. You can
This is
dodge
a
when we
tree.
get to the tough stuff. Let's get through the basics.
This is a tree from Dr. Jensen, and he has all branches going back to 3 major haplogroups. This is an unrooted tree, L, M, and N. And so he argues those are possibly the 3 daughters-in-law of Noah. So Shem, Ham, and Japheth's wives. The lines, I'll ask you this, Mr. Anderson. According to Jensen's model, these lines connecting the 3 major haplogroups, L, M, and N, what do they represent?
Well, I mean, look, you're answering a question with a question. You didn't answer.
Hey, listen, you asked me about 10 questions. Answer my question.
This
Don't
question
dodge.
I've asked you this question.
Dive, and dodge. Mister, you're better than this, mister. I know you're excited.
Okay. You know what? All right. Here, I'll trade you. So you asked me your question, but then you got to promise you'll answer mine, and I'm going to keep asking mine until you answer.
I'm going to reiterate the question, okay?
All right. We'll do yours first, just because I love you so much.
Since you're
Go
an
ahead.
expert at Dr. Jensen's model, I know you're excited. Relax. Okay. Since you're an
Yeah,
expert at
relax,
Dr.
I'm chilled. Go ahead.
Since you're an expert at Dr. Jensen's model, my very basic question again. According to Dr. Jensen, you have L, M, and N. These short lines connecting the 3 major haplogroups. How does he view that?
He considers those to be the 3 daughters, or sorry, the 3 wives of Noah's 3 sons.
The points.
He considers those to be sisters, I believe.
Yes. Well, I literally just said that, but I'm talking about the lines connecting them.
All right. What about them?
It's his model. It's a basic point. What does he say those lines are? What do they represent?
Well, he says that they represent relationships. I mean, I can tell you what conventional science says they represent, or I can tell you what they say. He says they represent. He says that they are that they're sisters, I believe. Isn't that correct?
Well, he said 2 could be sisters and 1 is not, but that's besides the point.
Sure.
Well, okay.
So what's the question?
I'll ask this question. What is he
You get one more, and then we're going to go back to mine.
No. We're not playing that game. Okay. I'm too experienced, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson,
we should
answer this basic question, because what this is, it is destroying your credibility on your line. Because
no, go ahead. You answer you ask your question. I'll answer it.
For the last 3 days, you don't know a basic point of Dr. Jensen's model, who you're trying to utilize to argue against me. So I'll ask you this question, since you failed the first question.
I don't think I failed it, but go ahead.
Okay, well then I'll ask you again. These lines connecting L, M, and N, the 3 major haplogroups, what are those lines representing according to Dr. Jensen's model?
So it's an unrooted tree. So they represent relationships. They could be familiar. They
represent DNA differences, mutations.
Yeah, that's right. They do represent DNA differences. Yeah, and the branch length is going to represent the number of differences. What's your point?
Are those DNA differences post-flood or pre-flood?
They would likely be post-flood.
No, see, this is a very basic point that the critics of Dr. Jensen
sorry.
made.
Are you saying that which direction are they going? Right. So are you saying like the connections between the three wives? Well, the three wives were alive before the flood, right? But all the lines, that lead to all the other people on the tree, those necessarily are after the flood.
Right. So
Right?
these three lines connecting the three major haplogroups would represent pre-flood mutations. That's why they're shorter. Okay.
Okay.
Less mutations accumulated, shorter period of time, makes sense.
Yeah.
The lines radiating out from these three major haplogroups represent post-flood history. And so the lines radiating out
Well, I don't
from
think
the
that's
three major
necessarily
haplogroups,
true, but sure.
we're steel manning his model. I understand you don't agree, but if
All
you're
right.
going
Well, you
to
tell me what you want. Will you tell me what you want that model to show me? And if you have a point to make, then go ahead and make it, and then we'll get back on task here.
So the point is, this phylogenetic tree, which just represents worldwide mitochondrial DNA variation, we have three major haplogroups. The lines radiating out, representing DNA differences, according to Jensen's model, is post-flood history. And so he predicts that we should be able to read, as you put, the history of civilization off of this mitochondrial DNA tree. But he did not test this prediction yet. That's what he said in Replacing Darwin. What he actually went with in traced was the Y chromosome. And he read the history of civilization from the Y chromosome, though, using population growth and matching it to the mutation rate.
Okay. You done?
That's it. I mean, if you're going to criticize his model.
So here's where, so let's get back on track then.
Are we talking Y chromosome or mitochondrial DNA?
We're talking mitochondria.
Okay.
Talking mitochondria, always have been. So I want to talk about, so you'll agree with me then that when we look at that graph, you can tell by the branch length, the distance between the different nodes, you can tell how far it has been since, or how many differences have accumulated between the various nodes, right?
No, I think it's too variable. He hasn't tested it. He made the prediction. But
No, dude, that's how the chart is written. You're the one who's quizzing me about this stuff like 2 seconds ago. That's how this chart's drawn. The length of the line is the number of mutations,
right?
And then the number of splits is the number of variants. That's how it works. Right. Isn't that true?
Right, but I'm saying there's so many assumptions going into this that
those are just,
you're going to have to address the amount of DNA differences that have accumulated since the consensus sequence. So what you're saying, you can look
Donnie,
to an
what
island,
you're trying to do right now is just sort of grind this conversation to a halt so that you don't get cornered here. But I mean, we can go around and around and around on this until kingdom come if you want. I don't mind, but you're going to get tired.
For sake of, I'm not cornered, because even for sake of
argument,
even for sake of argument, if I were to say you got a strict molecular clock, here's the mutation rate, it's 0.1 or 0.5 per generation. Okay. Right. If you want to take that back linearly, how long does it, how many generations does it take?
Let's assume those things for the sake of argument.
For sake of argument, if you want to say that it's just this linear clock, okay, 0.5 per generation in the mitochondrial DNA, how long does it take to accumulate 140? Just a couple hundred generations. There you go.
Sure. That's so yeah, just take that position. Thank you. That's all I expected of you. So if a change doesn't accumulate in a successive generation, then it's not going to matter in terms of the molecular clock, though, right? Because it's not going to show up in the genomes of those people however many generations down the line.
Are you saying in a single generation mutation?
I'm saying that if let's say, I'll give you an example, right? If I get cancer of the pinky toe 10 years after my kids are born, that mutation won't accumulate in the subsequent generations, right?
If you get
it's not going to matter in terms of the pedigree rate. It's not going to matter in terms of the substitution rate, because that mutation in my pinky toe it's going to stay in my pinky toe. It's not going to make its way into my kids because first of all,
Yes,
it's
this
in
is
my
the
pinky
basics.
toe,
Right.
not my sperm. I know it's the basics, but just agree with me if you agree with the basics.
Yeah, you got
That's not going to
somatic
get into the
cell
next
line
generation,
mutations,
right?
like your skin cells, they're not passed on, but
Yeah.
your reproductive cells, your germ cell lines, those are the mutations that are passed on, right?
Right. It's only the germline cells that are gonna matter, right?
Right.
Okay. And so we have to realize then that not all of everyone's genes are going to make it down the line into the next generation, too, right?
Right. Well, only the ones that are passed on through the germ cell line, right?
Well, so there's the ones that are in the germ cell line, but then also so I have 2 kids, right? Not all of my genes are in those 2 kids, right? There's going to be a random mix of half my genes that are in one and a random mix of half my genes that are in another. And if we were to look at both of the genes that I passed on to my children and add them together, it's not going to add up to being all of my genome, right?
Right.
Okay. So luck and natural selection are also going to play a role, right?
Natural selection isn't going to play a role on the nearly neutral mutations. They're going to drift.
No, only on the ones that are selectable, but it will play effect.
The one's big enough,
Yeah. All right. All right. Now, if we I want to look at how Jensen calculated or looked when he did his pedigree mutation rate. He used a rate from a paper called Ding et al., right?
Right.
And that was a rate that was calculated between parent and offspring. So from mitochondrial DNA, which is inherited only from the mother, that was the number of differences between the mother and her child due to mutation. He used a study from 2015 that compared mitochondrial DNA from between parent and offspring that was extracted from their blood samples, right?
Right.
Okay. And blood, of course, is a somatic cell. It's a working part of the body rather than a germline cell, right?
Right.
Okay. So it's a cell it's not a cell that would be used to transmit genetic information to subsequent generations, right?
If it's a somatic cell,
It's a blood cell.
Right.
Okay. And somatic cells divide throughout the life of a person in order to maintain homeostasis, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as those cells divide, they're going to start to accumulate mutations of their own, aren't they?
Of course.
Okay. But that's not true of a woman's eggs, which she's actually born with, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you measure the differences between somatic cells in an adult and their offspring, a bunch of those changes are going to be changes associated with mutations that occurred during that person's lifetime that are not going to be passed on to the next generation, right?
Right.
Okay. In fact, they'll be from 3 sources. You're going to find mutations from 3 sources. 1, germline mutations. 2, somatic mutations that occurred in the parent. 3, somatic mutations that occurred in the child, right?
Right.
And those differences from numbers 2 and 3 could in fact be significantly more than the amount of change that you're going to observe in the germline, right?
It could be a higher mutation. So the mutation rate that was derived from the Ding paper could be higher than it really is because of these factors.
Right. In fact, it could be significantly higher, right?
Of course. If it's counting somatic cell line mutations, then yeah.
Yeah. In the Ding 2015 study that Jensen used when he was calculating his mitochondrial Eve pedigree mutation rate included all 3 of those things, didn't it?
Right. I debated Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal on the same topic 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
You're not telling me anything I don't know.
All right. Well, I mean, here's the problem I have, though. If you were to factor out those other changes, the somatic changes, then you're not going to get a 6,000-year timeline, are you?
Well, if you're just basing it on that one study, Have you looked at, you know, the
Pick a
Parsons
study
study?
that does. Pick a study that does that. That doesn't. Pick a study that doesn't include the somatic mutations, and that number goes above 6,000 by a lot, right?
Are you familiar with the Parsons paper?
Nope. I am familiar with lots of other papers, and none of them say that 6,000 is the one. The only way that Ding gets you to 6,000 is because it includes a significant number of somatic mutations, right?
Here's the Parsons one. I don't look to the Ding one. So here's the Parsons paper.
So you don't use that pedigree mutation rate.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree. So the
Okay.
Parsons paper, TJ Parsons.
Yeah.
So this is Ann Gibbons. This is a commentary on the Parsons paper.
Mm-hmm.
And the Parsons paper talks about how the mutation rate, a lot faster than the phylogenetic rate, pointed to mitochondrial Eve 6,000 years ago. And the data was so good, the methodology was so good that this contributed to the development of mtDNA research in the FBI. So the FBI has actually adopted this rate or methodology in getting the rate. And it was fast, very fast.
Yeah.
Went
Well, the
back
FBI
to-
is going to use is not going to be using the phylogenetic rate either now, is it?
right.
Right.
gonna
It's going to use a pedigree mutation rate because they're only caring about the fastest possible mutation rates because they're going to be discounting things like selection, right?
Right, exactly.
And the longer the span between parent and child, if you do 3 generations, it's slower. You do 6 generations, it's slower yet. You do 9 generations, the mutation rate is slower yet. Isn't that true?
Well, the Parsons paper used the pedigree rate and showed that it was very fast.
Yeah,
and took
for a very
Eve
short
just
period.
6,000
I'm not
years
familiar
ago.
with the Parsons paper, but I bet you a nickel the Parsons paper uses a rate like 1 generation, 2 generations maybe. And if you were to do 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 9, then the rate slows down, and it slows down quite quickly. Isn't
But it
that
would be,
true?
it would be right, but I think it
Have
was
you
a
looked at any
trio.
other papers
I'm pretty sure
besides the
he
Parsons
he
paper?
looked at a strong. He looked at a good amount of data. It wasn't just a 1 or 2. I think it was a trio. So grandmother, mother, daughter.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was
So 2
three
generations then, or 2
But from my
steps.
understanding,
And if you do 6 or you do 9 or you do 12, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, doesn't it?
well, according to if evolution's true, your
No, not according to if evolution is true, just based on looking at these pedigree mutation rates. If you look
Right.
at various pedigree mutation rates, the longer they go, the more generations they do, the longer or the slower the mutation rate, right? It slows down and down and down, doesn't it?
Well, but again,
So yes or no, Donnie?
well, no, because the
doesn't
neutral
slow down?
mutation rate, the neutral mutation rate that you would get, let's say you
This
take
isn't about the neutral mutation rate because we're not discounting selection. Selection is probably one of the biggest factors here after we've accounted for the somatic mutation rate, which was your first big problem.
it's the mutations that are
And
subject
selection
to
is your
drift.
second problem because as selection comes in and as drift comes in, it eliminates more and more of those pedigree mutations, and fewer of them get into the subsequent generations as we go more generations
Right.
down the road, and it slows right down. Isn't that true?
I wrote a technical article with Chris Roop on this. Have you read it?
I've read a number of your articles. I think I have read that one, and I think that what I'm saying is still the case, and I'd like you to agree with me. You keep on changing the subject. Isn't it true that the more pedigrees or the more generations that you look at with a pedigree mutation rate, the slower that mutation rate?
No, because most mutations are lost, but many are not. And so in the evolutionary time scale, your neutral mutation rate, those mutations that are not subject to selection, it is going to equal or be close to equaling a fixation rate.
That's right.
This is called
It's gonna,
fixation
it's gonna, it's
equilibrium.
that. And what's another name for a fixation rate? It's called the substitution rate.
Exactly.
So
And so the
as
substitution
selection
rate
has
is
its
therefore
effect,
by definition
and
high.
as it slows
It is
down, it
fast.
approaches the substitution rate. But I'm not even forcing you to go there, Donnie. All I want you to do is admit that if you look at just pedigree mutation rates, if you do longer generations, it slows down. And I put it to you that it slows down to a point where it eventually reaches the substitution rate, because now you're dealing with nearly neutral mutations finally, because selection has factored itself out.
But here's the
Right?
thing. According to your model,
Right, Johnny, though? But
listen,
right?
no, I'm going to explain some basic things to you. According to your
Go for
model,
it.
okay, how long have humans been spread out, okay, all over the globe, existing in a large population?
Define humans.
Say that again. You drowned out.
I said define the word humans.
Homo
So
sapiens.
humans, do you mean Homo sapiens? Do you mean Homo, or do you mean
Homo
genus
sapiens.
Homo?
Homo sapiens.
Homo sapiens have been, and you want to, do you want to know how long the Homo sapiens have existed, or do you want me to, like, because I don't
How
remember
long have we
exactly
existed in
when.
a large? No, I'm saying how long have we existed in a large population? You know, into the millions to billions.
Well, billions hasn't been that long. I think that they've been hundreds of thousands to millions for, well, like, you know what? I'd have to look it up. You want me to look it up? What the population of the world has been, or do you know? Are you asking me a rhetorical question, or do you need the answer?
Well,
If you ask me a rhetorical question, just tell me. I don't remember.
If you go back 2,000 years to the time of Christ, the population was about 200 million. Okay, so rapid and exponential population growth was not until recent in human history, according to the evolutionary model. And so if you go back 100,000 to 200,000 years, how large of a population were humans existing in?
Hang on, let's see. Oh, sorry.
In the
You're
millions or
asking me
thousands?
for when?
Going back, let's say 100,000
Estimated
years.
4 to 6 million people as hunter-gatherers. And then we got to about 60 to 70 million by about 4000 BC, according to this one Google search that I'm doing. Is that like, I'm not going to commit to that because I don't know. I'd have to make sure that those numbers are correct. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that the world's population of humans was between 4 and 6 million in prehistory. Is that right? Is that the right number? I don't know. Is it good enough for argument? You tell me.
So if you took a needle, the time with it, if evolution's true, Homo sapiens go back about 200,000 years. Only at the tip of the needle do you have human history about 4,500 to 6,000 years. It's only relatively recent, according to the evolutionary timeline, that we actually have larger populations and larger populations that are spread out over the globe. So my next question to you is, fixation would be slower or faster in a population that has 7 billion people?
Much slower.
Right. What if we had a smaller population of, let's say, 10,000? Slower or faster?
It's faster.
Okay.
Population that you are talking about the trait. It's 4NE. Okay.
Right.
4NE generations is the quick and dirty estimate. There are other more complicated ways of doing it. We can get into those if you want to. There's like a Brownian way of doing it, but the quick and dirty way is it's about 4 times the effective population size.
Right. So according to the evolutionary
for the
model,
emergence of a new trait.
According to the evolutionary model and evolutionary history in terms of Homo sapiens, okay, has the human population existed in a smaller population for longer or a larger population for longer?
Smaller for longer.
A lot longer, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been. It's only been since the agricultural revolution that that human population sizes have really taken off, right?
Exactly. So here's my next question: fixation rates have been faster or slower when we consider the entirety of human history, according to the evolutionary model?
Fixation rates have been faster during the period of time when there's smaller populations. So
which is
there's
a
been
long
more times
right,
smaller populations
right. Which is
right up until the
a
agricultural
long time.
revolution. So that means fixation rate would have been faster during those periods of time. So, you know, you're going to have more drift. You're going to have
Right.
selection. This is really for drift, right? These numbers I'm giving you are for drift. So, like, what happens is that as populations increase, selection becomes the predominant force.
So
And drift
here's my
kind of takes a
point.
backseat.
Here's my point, just not to drag this out any further because we got to move
Well,
on
I think,
sooner than later. Okay, so
you know,
my
all I
point.
wanted was for you to agree that as pedigree mutation rates increase in number of generations,
Right, but you got some
that,
right, but you got
right?
a
So,
lack of
like,
understanding here.
can we put
Listen,
a
I've
pin in
been
that
very
one before
patient
you
with you,
move on to
Mr.
this?
I've been very patient with you. The beginnings of your sentences are constantly starting in the middle of mine. I'm going to finish my point because this is an important point that I think you're now just understanding. For only a small amount of human history, according to the evolutionary model, have fixation rates been slow because the population has been large. Okay, the invention of agriculture, as you've put it, according to the evolutionary model, is why humans have been able to grow, okay, into the numbers that we have today. For most of human history, according to the evolutionary model, the human population has been small and fixation rates have been fast. And that's why there is a counterbalancing. There is an equilibrium point where, yes, fixation's slow today, but fixation was fast for most of human history, according to your model, which is why your pedigree rate, which is fast, equals the fixation rate because the fixation rate was fast for most of human history. Okay. And so that's why, yes, both are relatively fast.
So when you say the pedigree mutation rate, you mean the pedigree mutation rate for how many generations?
The observed mutation rate.
For how many? The observed pedigree mutation rate for how many generations?
Well, you tell me. When Fatuma says that the neutral mutation rate.
Okay, so if you want to take the neutral mutation rate, I'm fine with that. The problem is when you take the pedigree mutation rate for one generation or for 3 generations.
Let's say
you take
3
it for 14 generations or 20 generations, and you know what? It's going to approach the fixation rate, and then we're good. But your problem is that then it's too slow. You're not going to hit 6,000 years. You're way past it.
Because fixation rate's been fast. It's only slow.
Fixation rate's been fast compared to now.
Exactly.
Right? But the problem is like so first of all, you don't even need for the thing to fix in the entire human population in order to determine the differences between, you know, 2 small groups, right? So if we're doing like the Canary Islands or Vanuatu or something like that, you don't need to worry about the fixation rate for all 7 billion people, right? But the thing is that I've lost my train of thought here. The thing is that the pedigree mutation rate is going to be is going to approach the substitution rate as we get to, you know, 20, 30, 40 generations.
But
and you can observe
that substitution rate would be fast because you have, according to the evolutionary model, a long time scale with faster rates of fixation because you have a smaller population. And so the last,
you know what that substitution rate's speed is going to put, you know, where it's going to put mitochondrial Eve at that fast rate? About 1 to 200,000 years back.
No, that's based on the phylogenetic method.
That's based on the phylogenetic method is the fixation rate. That's the same. These are the same words. They mean the same thing.
I understand that they're used interchangeably and synonymous, but you're concerned with species-wide change. I'm concerned with how long does it take to accumulate these DNA differences from the Eve consensus sequence. And here's the thing.
We're both concerned with the same thing.
You admit it. Smaller populations are going to have faster rates of fixation. After the flood, you have humans existing as how many people after the flood?
Your effective population size is 5.
Right. So how fast?
5.
How fast is fixation going to be after the flood? With 5 people that are reproducing. Fast or slow?
It's going to be about 10. It's going to be about 20 generations to fix.
So according to the biblical creation model, we do have a solid 500 years there From the
20
flood,
generations to fix a single allele, even starting with 5 people. 20 generations.
right? So you're gonna have mutate. So you have rapid
400 years
and you're gonna
per
have a lot of
for the first
mutations,
one.
and you're gonna have a lot of mutations entering that population that doesn't spread out until the Tower of Babel. Then they take those different
How many
sets of
people at the time of the Tower of Babel?
probably about 100,000. Just a guess.
100,000. How many years between then and the Tower of Babel?
Probably about 300 to 500 years.
300 to 500 years, and they go to 100,000 people.
Somewhere, well,
Okay.
it depends how fast. It could be between 10 and 100,000, but it's besides the point. It's majoring on the
All
minors.
right. No, I'm just, these
whole
are going to be
point is-
interesting things I'm going to throw in your face later. That's all.
Yeah, no, we can do a one-on-one. So, because we do got a lot to discuss here. So my point is, from the flood to the Tower of Babel, you have a lot of mutations entering. You also have a temporary time of faster fixation. So this makes it easy for the biblical creationists to explain those 25 differences that diverge from Eve. We're not concerned about species-wide change. That's what you're concerned about. For us, how long does it take on average to accumulate those differences? We can talk about the math, of course, but how long does
may
it
I
take
jump
to
in here?
accumulate the average?
That's okay.
Sorry, may I jump in
Doc,
here? You two have been
make
going
my
back and
point here,
forth
then
for
you
like a
can.
half hour.
I'm gonna do. Listen, I'm gonna do this because I got some food ready. Me and Mr. Anderson feels like we went for quite a while there. 50
More
minutes.
than half hour. I want to be on the record. That was like 45 minutes.
Okay, I'm not. That was basically a debate. I'm not going to shut it down at 4 hours, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat some food. T-Rock, act as because I know T-Rock and Grayson want to have some impromptu debate, so I'm going to keep it going. But let's keep it cordial. Let's keep it respectful. Passionate's fine. Me and my boy and Mr. Anderson, we duke it out. We give the audience.
Donnie, I got respect for you. I'm not going to try and give you the gears. But before you go,
I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
One question, and it's a question I've asked you a number of times before. You will agree with me that as the pedigree rates increase in number of generations, the rate at which those differences, the rate at which those mutations accumulate in the end ancestor decreases significantly and approaches the fixation rate, right?
I will give you an answer to that on another because I have to study it a little more because I don't know how that applies to everything we've been talking about in terms of your neutral mutation. So when Fatuma says neutral mutation rate,
you know what? It's okay.
How do we know Fatuma when he says neutral mutation rate? You're saying he doesn't mean that as per 3 generations, a trios, grandmother, mother, daughter. That's not what he sees as a neutral mutation rate.
No, of course not.
So what does he see as the
neutral mutation? unless all of the mutations that those 3 people accumulated were completely not selectable.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Like if by some miracle the only mutations that accumulated, then like and look, when Fatuma's talking about pop gen, right? So it's an average mutation rate. It's not taken based on like a 3,
what's the mutation
3-person pedigree, right?
What's the neutral mutation rate? What's the number?
I don't know. Who cares?
Okay, what do you mean?
It's whatever it is.
Isn't that the whole point? How long does it take to? Would you agree, would you go with 0.1?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. The point is, whatever it is, it's different from the pedigree mutation rate. It's way slower. That's all I care about. If it matters to the, like, if my not knowing what the neutral mutation rate is means that you win this debate, you win.
No, I'm not trying to pose that as a gotcha question because my understanding.
I don't know the answer.
Because from what I've seen, that they've done a study in the control region and they came up with a 0.5 mutation rate. Is that too fast for you? Is that too much for you? Do you think?
I don't know. What's the fixation rate?
0.1.
What's the substitution rate? Whatever that is. Go back and look at what they got out of the Vanuatu thing, or what they got out of the Canary Island thing, or what they got out of the the one where they measured it with the chimp, because the numbers are all pretty much the same. Whatever number that is, that's the one I think it is.
According to Fatuma's fixation equilibrium, if the neutral mutation rate, as per these couple of studies that I've mentioned, one based on the D loop, the control region, if it's, let's say, 0.5, does that mean that 0.5 or half a mutation is essentially becoming fixed per generation according to fixation equilibrium?
Okay. If the neutral mutation, what Fatuma is saying is that there are a certain number of mutations that are introduced to the genome by every single person in the population every generation, right? So every time there's a reproduction, there is a certain, like for each person, there are a certain number of neutral mutations that have no selection, like that cannot be selected for at all, are introduced to the population, right? And crazily enough, if you go way, way, way back, right, for any generation, so like if the population size was 10,000, 40,000 years ago, 40,000 generations ago, like an equivalent number of mutations that are from way back then actually spread and finally eliminate all of their competition and become fixed in the population. And that by a crazy coincidence, the number of mutations that are introduced between one generation and the next is the same as the number of mutations that eliminate all of their competition throughout the entire population in a given generation. That's what Fatuma is saying. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So I just want to, is it your position though? Just so I understand for our next discussion, we'll have to do a one-on-one so we can go longer. This was kind of a one-on-one, but you know what I mean, something pre-recorded. So the neutral mutation rate, when we see in these papers, let's say, you know, that you calculated 0.1, 0.5. When Fatuma says neutral mutation rate equals the fixation rate, it's your position that he doesn't mean the 0.1 or the 0.5. That's not a neutral mutation rate to Fatuma.
No. What I'm saying is that whatever the number is, I don't know what the number is. I don't remember. It doesn't matter to me right now.
Let's just say it's 0.1 for sake of just say 0.1.
So if there are 0.1 neutral, let's say it's 5 or a round number. Let's say it's 2. Okay.
Okay. 2.
Let's say that for every person, every time a generation occurs, there are 2 neutral mutations that are introduced. Right.
Right.
At the same time, there are also 2 neutral mutations that have been in the population for generations and generations, which reach fixation.
Boom.
Now, those are not the same 2.
I know.
They're completely different, but the number is the same.
Okay.
It's 2
We're on the
in both
same
cases.
Exactly. So if the neutral mutation rate is, let's say, 5 per generation per person, and that means according to fixation equilibrium, 5 neutral mutations will become fixed every generation. It's not necessarily those 5, of course, that have been introduced, but 5 others that have been spreading through genetic drift, they become fixed.
Right.
Boom. So my point is, if the neutral mutation rate is 0.1 or 0.5 in the mitochondrial DNA, in light of fixation equilibrium, that's fast. That's too fast for evolution to account for if, and this is where we need to have a discussion, if those are nearly neutral, if they're slightly deleterious, because every time they become fixed, let's say those 5 become fixed, that's irreversible and irreparable damage species wide.
Yeah, you know what?
Now
You're gonna run into a buzzsaw on that one, but you know, we gotta let like Grayson talk here, or we're gonna go for another hour, because I would love to bust you on that one. But we should not do that right now.
I feel like we've now reached a point where we've established, okay, you get me, I get you. For our next talk, we need to go right into how that affects genetic entropy. Deal?
Sure. Yeah. I'm all for it.
All right, stop 5. Oh, those small little hands, so cute.
Yeah, it's totally repairable damage.
Grayson did a great video on transitional fossils
Small
recently.
hands.
Maybe that's one topic.
I don't know if my camera's whatever.
It might be one of those like joke mirrors that you see in the circus, right? Where it makes everything else look a little kind of small. I'm just
I don't know, man.
You're good.
This is a PSA for all creationists listening. Stop using the argument about C14 and diamonds. You guys have to just stop using that one, okay? It's been shown over and over and over that y'all were just misrepresenting a paper to claim that.
Get them, T-Rock. Transition time. I'm gonna go get some food. Remember,
For
play
anyone
night.
who thinks that's
and-
out of
and-
nowhere, we've been arguing about it for like a half hour in the side chat.
Hey, to be fair, let's have 2 mods, one from each side. T-Rock, Mr. Anderson. I'm trusting you guys to keep it professional, okay?
Yeah,
Go
just bear in mind I may not be able to stick around for a real long time.
Okay, no worries.
Well, T-Rock, before you go, there were a number of things that you claimed earlier that I was wanting to talk about. I mean, you talked about Tiktaalik, and you talked about the trackways in Poland somehow disproving it, which was completely wrong. Then you talked about Earth's magnetic field, which you got completely wrong. So there's a lot of stuff here. So I don't know where you want to start.
I'll start with the magnetic field. Grayson, you're the one that said repeatedly during our debate, you kept saying the magnetic field decline is not linear, as
it
if
fluctuates over time, demonstrably.
That was a demonstrable mathematical major blunder on your part, because
have you ever
nobody
heard of
thinks
something called the paleomagnetic record?
Yes, Grayson, I have.
So then you would know that Earth's magnetic field fluctuates both up and down over time, and we have an extensive record demonstrating that.
I'm not even disputing that.
Well, then there you go. Then you've already proven yourself incorrect from earlier.
No, you miss what the implications of magnetic field reversals are. It's essentially, so what you should have said instead of not linear is you should have said it's erratic, curvilinear. That's what it actually
sinusoidal is what I said. Curvilinear.
I don't remember you saying sinusoidal during our debate, but okay. Either way, what it really is comparable to is more like if you have a battery that you've got, say, any energy consuming device on it, like a light, and you turn the switch on and you turn the light, and thereby turning the light on. What happens is you do get a smooth curvilinear decline in voltage, for example, in the battery, as long as the light stays on. If you flip the light off and on, it gets erratic, but the overall pattern is still curvilinear decline, even though you have erratic places where you flipped it on and off. Every time you flip a light switch on from a battery source, you actually burn a little extra energy out of the battery, and it's the same exact problem with the magnetic field.
It's not, though. It's not at all analogous to you turning on a light switch. The strength of the magnetic field going up and down isn't turning the magnetic field on and off. These are just not analogous things.
They're analogous, Grayson, because electromagnetic theory decay says that this equation essentially looks just like radiometric decay. It's essentially almost identical in its basic format.
It's a complete non sequitur. It has nothing to do with Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, it does, because it's still electromagnetic theory. And what happens is, no, you're not turning the light switch off per se, but what you are doing is you're consuming extra energy in the reversals. That every reversal consumes energy out of the field and converts it to heat.
Yeah, Earth's magnetic field can fluctuate up and down without a magnetic reversal. I don't know why you keep bringing up reversals. That's another thing that we were not talking about.
In any case, any fluctuations in it accelerate the decay. They don't.
No, it doesn't.
Regenerate it like it's a perpetual motion machine of some sort.
It's not a perpetual motion machine. It's
I know,
like Earth's
that's the
magnetic
problem.
field is caused by a dynamo effect. It's continuously generated. There's no exponential decay from some initial state. It's
There is no-
continuously generated by the movement of charges in the Earth's interior.
No, that is a hypothesis somebody put forward that is not reality.
Says you, but that's just a baseless claim.
No, it's not baseless. It's based on real physics, because heat destroys magnetic fields. Period. That's why the Earth, as big as it is, its magnetic field is decaying as fast as it is, because it's hot in the core. And the two quick ways to accelerate the decay of a magnetic field, one of them is heat, and the other one is by mechanical vibration will do it.
Yeah, this is how I can tell that you haven't actually researched this, because the heat limit that you're talking about for magnetism is real and does affect the core on a very small area of the core that's actually hot enough to trigger that limit. But the actual area that we're talking about, where the charges are moving around, generating Earth's magnetic field, is not at that heat limit. And you would know that if you had researched this.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the Curie limit, and you're still talking about a hypothesis about what's going on in the core of the Earth. You're not talking about reality, because you can tell me this real quick. Where do you think the magnetic field is stored in the Earth?
It is not stored anywhere. It's continuously generated by movement of charges.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, it
That
is
wouldn't-
continuously
that would not be
generated. You can see it.
That would not be true in a core that's made largely of iron and nickel. Iron holds a magnetic charge by itself.
A magnetic charge? Dude, you're whacked, man. I thought you were an engineer. You know that moving charges creates a magnetic field. This is basic science.
I explained that very well during our debate, Grayson. I said that there is a collapsing electrical field that induces a magnetic field, and it's an oscillation that goes up and down. That's why you have what you have. But in any case, if there is an iron core, iron will retain a magnetic field.
Even if it's past the Curie limit?
Is it past the Curie limit?
Oh, okay. So see, you're contradicting yourself again, because earlier you said that Earth's core is too hot to have a magnetic field. And
That's not what I said. That is not what I said, Grayson.
You literally did say that.
I literally did not.
Well,
what I said
I don't
was,
care if you want to gaslight. People can rewind the stream and listen to you say it.
Also, if I may, as someone like the geologist in here, dynamo theory is accepted in geology, though the exact mechanism is up for some debate. Like, this is a thing in geology. It is a dynamo.
I'm not arguing whether it's accepted or not, but the whole idea of a dynamo is that you have differential rotation, which you do not have in the Earth.
Like I said, the exact mechanism is up for debate, but the fact that it is occurring and it is generating a magnetic field, that does fluctuate, granted, but it is constantly being generated. And we can see this not only today, not only through historical measurements, but through even prehistoric records.
Paleomagnetic record.
We have 150 to 200 years of real-time magnetic field strength data. Roughly every 13 years, the field strength has been measured and recorded over the past almost 200 years. And everybody agrees it's on a steady decline for almost 200 straight
in
years.
this current
T-Rock, why do you insist on ignoring the extensive paleomagnetic record that goes against what you're saying?
It doesn't go against what I'm saying at all. It's your interpretation of what caused that goes against what I'm saying, not the actual
the
data.
record itself extends back, I think, about 200 million years, and we can tell the age of the rock that it comes from, and from the minerals in the rock we can tell the strength of the magnetic field and its orientation. We can see all of this.
But even if you reject those dates, even if you're a young Earth creationist that thinks that those rocks are less than 6,000 years, even if you say we can't date them, the actual formation of those rocks shows a varying magnetic field that was both stronger and weaker than today's. So again, even if you reject all of the old Earth dating, you still cannot say that Earth's magnetic field has been decreasing at a linear rate this whole time.
Again, you keep using that word linear as if you think I think it's linear, and I don't. I've never said it was linear.
Exponential, linear, curvilinear, any word that you use to describe it, you're still wrong.
A consistent state of decline. Is that better?
What you're missing, Grayson, is that the paleomagnetic data is basically tied to the radiometric dating and the position from the mid-Atlantic ridge. And I know you know that, but the piece
like I
that
said,
you
though, if we throw all of that away, you're still wrong, because the actual rocks needed to form we have rocks that needed to form in a stronger magnetic field, and we have rocks that needed to form in a weaker magnetic field. We can tell from the actual structure of these rocks how strong of a magnetic field they were formed in, even if you throw away all the dating.
I'm not arguing that point, Grayson.
Well,
That's
you
not
are,
even,
because you said that Earth's magnetic field has been in a decline this whole time from an initial state. And for you to say that is directly contradicted by the paleomagnetic record, regardless of its age.
No, the part that you're missing, Grayson, is that I'm just throwing a very crude number out there on purpose because I don't know the actual point-to-point numbers that they assign to them. But if you have 100 million year time scale in evolutionary theory, that 100 million year time scale probably only equates to a few hundred years. So do I think there were a few hundred years of rapidly changing magnetic field? Sure, that's a non-issue.
Okay, well, you just debunked your point then, because you were saying that the Earth cannot be that old because Earth's magnetic field is continuously declining. And if you track that back into the past, then it becomes so strong that Earth can't support life. So if you've just acknowledged that Earth's magnetic field can fluctuate up and down in strength over time, then that is no longer a valid argument for the age of the Earth.
That's you're hand waving. No, that's not what that implies at all.
No, but if you just acknowledge that Earth's magnetic field could have gone through a period of time where it fluctuates up and down erratically, and if you acknowledge that, then you can no longer use the decline of Earth's magnetic field at a constant rate to justify the age of the Earth calculations. You just admitted that.
No, that's completely that is not the mathematical implication at all. The mathematical implication is still the same. There's still a maximum that the Earth's magnetic field ever was. There's still a maximum amount of time that, and it's a very short period of time that you can trace this rate of decay, roughly 5 to 10% per century. There's a very short amount of time you can trace that back before you have to have some mechanism that kept it from being stronger than what it was.
Yeah, you just granted that it could fluctuate erratically up and down in strength. So it wasn't just approaching that maximum the farther back you go. It could fluctuate. You just acknowledged that and shot yourself in the foot.
No, to be clear, the magnetic field has a dipole and a non-dipole segments to it. And so typically what would happen is the dipole energy is typically the majority of the energy field as a whole. And you can switch back and forth between the two, but the end result very shortly after the switch is that you have a more rapid loss, because you are going to lose some of the energy that was in the field. It's going to be lost to heat.
None of that had any bearing on the argument. We can move on to the next.
Okay.
So you want to talk about Tiktaalik?
Whatever you care to is fine.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that Tiktaalik's anatomy was predicted beforehand in addition to the location where it was found?
In rough terms, yeah.
Okay, so then Tiktaalik hasn't been debunked. It doesn't matter if it was the very first to make the transition onto land. It literally doesn't matter at all. All that matters is that its anatomy is transitional and was predicted beforehand.
The big problem with using it as a prediction is what I described earlier. It doesn't exclusively require a 4.5 billion year timeline or any other deep timeline. What are you saying? Tiktaalik is what, 150, 200
Sorry,
years?
T-Rock, you're incorrect. Tiktaalik's location and the rocks it was found in were predicted using our knowledge of Earth's timescale.
Did you miss what I said earlier? That is, you're not proving that you're using a multi-million year timeline. What you're proving is that you're following a basic physical characteristics pattern. That's it.
Yeah.
No, they
That makes sense.
specifically looked for rocks in a specific age range.
Yeah, they predicted what anatomy it should have based on the theory of evolution, and then they said, well, based on the theory of evolution, it should have evolved in this time range. Well, let's go find rocks that are of that time range, and if you don't want it to characterize that, then I could say, let's go find rocks that have radioisotope ratios of a certain proportion.
Yeah.
And then we should find tiktaalik fossils, a transitional anatomy in rocks nearby those radiometric ratios.
So maybe you could take a minute and describe what the geological, and I'm going to use the word very loosely, but geological column looks like exactly at the location where tiktaalik was found. I mean, in other words, starting from the basement rock up, what were all of the layers present?
Why would any of that be necessary in this conversation?
Because you don't radiometric date tiktaalik. You have to date something like an igneous rock above it or below it.
The layer where it was found was late Devonian, and it was dated through stratigraphy, radiometric dating. It was established. It was known by the scientists. That's why they went there. That this was late Devonian layers in their worldview, if you want me to phrase it like that. But they predicted that tiktaalik, this transition, should have happened in the late Devonian. So they specifically went out and looked for locations where late Devonian layers were near the surface. So they didn't have to dig that deep.
So
the geology is pretty well known. It's Ellesmere Island in northern Canada.
All you're saying is that you used physical characteristics of the area to come to that conclusion that tiktaalik should have been there. That's all you're saying, and that's pretty meaningless in terms of how do you know you're actually using a multi-million year timeline. And the reason I say that is because these physical patterns that you're following, you can come to the same conclusion in a YC worldview.
No, you couldn't.
No.
Yes.
Please let him finish his thought.
Yeah, he can. And the reason you can is because in the YAC view, the ocean life, marine life, is the first thing picked up. And then as the flood progresses, it goes from marine to partial marine, partial land, and on a sequence till it's all land.
So,
T-Rock, it's the same.
T-Rock, then why do we find marine fossils in every layer?
That's a really good question.
Nothing about geology. I don't know why he keeps talking about geology.
That's a good question.
It's a pretty good question, but also, so to answer your question about how we knew about the age of these rocks, T-Rock, this was found on Ellesmere Island, again, part of northern Canada. That island is riddled with volcanic rock, which we can date using radiometric dating. And because these volcanic layers are above, between, and going through a bunch of sedimentary layers, we can tell pretty closely how old they are. Tiktaalik's age range is down to about 6 million years. Or 8 million years. Sorry. That's pretty small.
So I'm sure you're studied well enough to know in the YEC view, most informed creationists will grant that the relative sequencing that the secular science assigns to any particular stratigraphy is fairly decent. You know that, right?
I mean, they love to fight it, but I'll grant it for this discussion.
No, that's the point. We don't fight it. We agree that the relative dating is fairly good and accurate most of the time. There are caveats.
I will just say that's not what I've heard. But I will grant it for the purposes of this discussion.
Okay, well,
your point?
From my vantage point, the only caveats that I make there are typically have to do with whenever you can discern that very fine sub layers that are stacked very closely together in a single formation happen simultaneously horizontally, but you can still tell that a limestone sitting underneath a sandstone, which one should have came first. And so the relative sequence of the two different major formations is pretty good.
All right, I understand you. Your point being?
So my point being that when you talk about radiometric dating, there's supposedly this pattern to radiometric dating that establishes deep time as a reality, right?
Well, not supposedly. There is a visible pattern.
So if I grant that there is a pattern, and I actually kind of do for the most part, despite the fact I've never actually seen anybody compile real data to demonstrate it, I just accept that, okay, chances are there probably is a real pattern. If I grant that, you still can't demonstrate deep time out of it.
Yeah, you can.
The rock dates to 370 million years old.
So
that is the age of the rock. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
No, it's really not though.
Oh, great argument, guys.
Well, I mean, we could explain how it. How
I was just giving the facts.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that I had the fortune of being able to go download a bunch of radiometric data from a government website here. I don't know, one day last week, I think it was, and it does not tell the story you think it does.
Wow,
it really don't. And so I'll put a finer point on it for you, Grayson. I went through and looked at about a little over 6,000 samples, or 6,000 records. I'll put it that way.
Oh, one for each year.
And so I basically wanted to know, okay, in this sample set, how many times was any one sample ID radiometric dated? And so the overwhelming trend is the vast majority of them in the database only have a single radiometric analysis done on them, just one. So personally, I find that problematic from a purely scientific standpoint. Why would you only take one sample for any given rock? Why would you only take one single radiometric test for a single sample?
I can answer that actually. So you said each of these samples was dated once?
I said the vast majority of them only had a single radiometric test for that one sample ID.
When we date a rock formation, we take, if we can, hundreds or thousands of samples. Each of those samples dated once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, depending on how thorough you want to be. Each sample is only done a couple times, but we do it hundreds of times. That's why.
And then, okay, if I just accept what you're saying as truth, then what you're implying is they went in and made a single record entry based on hundreds or thousands of tests that they just condensed into a single result.
No, you're missing what he's saying. He's saying you take multiple samples from the same layer and you date each sample, and so you have hundreds of tests for each layer, but one test for each sample.
Well, that sounds real interesting and everything, but they actually give the longitude and latitude for the locations of the samples, and they don't correlate the way you're describing it.
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
They specifically nail down the longitude and the latitude of where any given sample was taken.
And so you're saying that how does that at all different from what we've been telling you?
Because if what you were saying was true and you walked up to, just pick a subject, a geological subject, but you walk up to a volcano and you take these hundreds of alleged samples, each sample would have its own sample ID in the database, and they do. And then that set of samples would have longitude and latitude coordinates that are very, very, very close to each other. And this database is more sporadic than that. It does
most
not
likely.
Look like it
You said
falls
you
out
took
everywhere.
you said you looked at 6,000 samples. Did you randomly choose those?
No, I did what anybody would do during a normal data analysis. I started grouping them in specific ways to see where the trends were. And did I do a full analysis? No, but the preliminary thing that I noticed was that there's a handful of them that in there that they actually give more than one method for the same sample ID in a single record. So they'll say like uranium lead and lead for sample ID XYZ, but it's in a single record, so it only has one age result assigned to it. So hypothetically, what that means is those two agreed with each other, and then they only made one entry and said this is the age based on these two different testing methods. And so a certain percentage of them looked like that. And then there were, it was not an insignificant percentage, but a certain percentage of them actually had more than two test methods applied to the same sample. So they ranged from 1 all the way up to, I think, around 8 or 9 was kind of where the if you look at the histogram, 1 was the maximum, the global maximum, and then 7, 8, 9 represented kind of a local maximum for how many different methods you applied to the same sample ID. And so the overwhelming trend that they display in all of this is that you pick a particular method like uranium lead, and it consistently, no matter what the actual accepted geological age is, each method has some age range that it consistently falls in.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
And so what that means is if you want a sample to be, I'll say, 100 million years old, then you know you're probably going to pick the rubidium strontium method. You know you're going to get that result because they consistently fall that way, and you know you're not going to use the potassium argon method.
No, that's totally wrong.
No, so T-Rock, like I said, you take a lot of different samples. When you take a bunch of those samples, you'll separate them into different groups, and each group is going to get tested in a different way. Usually those will get shipped off to this lab that specializes in this method, this lab that specializes in this method, and so on. Like, so like a formation will be dated using 5 or 6 different methods, but each sample collected from those formations are only going to be dated using a couple methods.
I think we're getting away from the main point, which was that
the
scientists were able to say, okay, we should predict to find this fossil with this anatomy that had never before been seen in any other fossil or living thing. They predicted its anatomy, and they said we should find it nearby like rocks that have radioisotopes of this ratio. How can a creationist model explain that?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That the only thing that matters in comparing these two different models is the amount of time that's passed. That's the only thing that matters. Everything else is kind of like Donnie likes to say, it's agnostic to the debate. The fact that there exist creatures that live halfway between land and water, it's apparent that's the case today. Why wouldn't that be the case in the past?
Because
okay, I get it, T-Rock.
That had not been seen before. This anatomy had not been seen in any living creatures or any fossil creatures. They predicted what that anatomy should be, and they predicted where they should find it. That is something like creationists can maybe accommodate that by saying, well, God just made it that way. But they can't predict that.
You think it
Not
proves
only
evolution?
that, but T-Rock, may I point out to you that
prove
other
evolution.
organisms in that rock layer are also transitional between organisms that we record as older and organisms we record as younger. They're all transitional in that rock layer.
I have a big
There are no transitional fossils.
Yeah, you can claim that all you want, but you don't have any base to say that.
We
You don't
do.
have any evidence.
Actually, There's a real good basis for saying that, Grayson.
No, there really isn't.
There is. Can you let him finish?
The basis is the extreme stasis that's apparent in the fossil record. It's everywhere. It's from every single thing you find. If there is a very ancient, deep time.
Yeah, we get it.
version
There's
of it,
stasis in the fossil record. I'm not disputing that. That doesn't help or support that argument that there's no transitional fossils at all. It's a non sequitur.
it doesn't support the argument that Tiktaalik is transitional, because wherever the tracks were found, they were fully formed.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't support that argument because it's not relevant to it at all. The support for that argument was that its anatomy, which is transitional, was predicted before it was found.
It doesn't prove anything.
No,
doesn't
it's
prove
actual
anything.
anatomy that is transitional. Like the actual anatomy that the skeleton has is what's transitional about it.
But it doesn't prove anything. Doesn't prove anything.
It literally proves that it has transitional anatomy.
If you can have
No, it has an anatomy.
If you can have a coelacanth 300 million years old, and then you can have one 60 million years old, and then you can have one that's alive today.
We get it.
And they all look the same. How long before Tiktaalik's trackways were found did Tiktaalik exist in its full anatomy? The point is, you can't tell, because stasis spans much greater time spans than that.
So first, T-Rock, what is a coelacanth?
It's a fish.
Ray-finned fish. What's the point?
Well, no, it's a lobe-finned
Or a
fish.
lobe-finned fish,
But
sorry.
a coelacanth is a group of fish, which, at least granted in our model, that group of fish spans about 300 million years in the rock record. What we have today are two species, I believe, of coelacanth that are not found in the fossil record, mostly because they're deep sea specialists and we don't have a lot of fossils from those areas.
So you got
Now,
a total
as
of 4
for-
species out of 300 million years.
I'm sorry?
You got a total of 4 species of coelacanth out of 300 million years.
No, we have a lot more than that.
You do? How
But
many
with that
coelacanths have
said,
been found?
okay, coelacanth, or the order Coelacanthiformes. Oh, no, I was wrong. We have fossils going back 400 million years, and we have dozens of species.
Dozens? In 400 million years? You can get...
Yes.
That's absurd to me, because you can get dozens of so-called species if you think they came from different areas and didn't interbreed with each other. You can get dozens of
T-Rock?
species in 1,000 years.
T-Rock, I know you're picking at the specific number I said. That's just a number I said. Point is, we have a lot of them. So you can say we have coelacanths all the way here and we have coelacanths now. Yes, we do. They're part of a big group. That is my point. Now, as for your question on Tiktaalik, Tiktaalik is a representative. Tiktaalik is a representative of a group of lobe-finned fish that appear to have been making a transition onto dry land. It is not the only fish that has this anatomy. We have things like Ichthyostega, Acanthostega. We have more basal forms too. So it is in transition because it is a representative of the population during that specific point in time. It's not the only one. We wouldn't expect it to be the only one.
We know what the claim
there's
is.
nothing that's necessary for Tiktaalik to be the first to make this transition. That's not what makes it transitional. Its anatomy is what makes it transitional.
All right, Jungle, can you explain to Based why that doesn't matter? That doesn't prove anything?
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything at all because it's just a claim that it transitions from one thing to another. And the thing it transitioned from is what, and the thing it transitioned to is what. And a lot of these arguments are just going down rabbit holes. You're never going to resolve anything, and you study every little detail and you still don't resolve it.
Okay, so I'd like to be clear on this. I never claimed it was transitioning from something to something else. I said that based on the theory of evolution, they made a prediction for what transitional anatomy they should find. Then they went to the location predicted and they found a fossil with the transitional anatomy that was predicted.
Right.
It doesn't matter if the fossil had no children and its entire lineage
Right.
died out. It literally does not matter. Its
And it doesn't
anatomy
prove anything.
itself is
It
what
doesn't
is
prove
transitional.
anything. It doesn't prove anything.
What year was
It
that?
proves it has the
It
transitional
proves
features
that there
at
was
this
a
point in
verified
time.
prediction.
It's confirmation bias. That's all it is.
What year
It
was
is
that,
not
Grayson?
confirmation bias.
Yes, it
We
is.
predicted it and then we
Because
found
you
it.
believe
That
in
is not
evolution.
confirmation bias.
What year
Because
was
you
that?
believe in evolution, that's what you think happened.
No, that
Tiktaalik
is
was
just
found in
a
2004.
confirmation.
2004. Okay, so back to my original point about stasis and the fossil record, where stasis seems to be an overwhelming trend. Whatever age assignment you give to the earliest Tiktaalik, because stasis spans as much as it does, how many millions of years before that find do you think Tiktaalik existed in a virtually identical form?
It doesn't matter.
Does not matter.
It does matter.
No, it
does
literally
matter.
doesn't
does
matter
not.
at all, T-Rock. What matters is that it had the anatomy that was predicted using evolution before it was discovered.
And
So-
you're back to what I said at the beginning. You're following a physical pattern that we all know exists today in real time.
Well, no. Okay, so the physical pattern that you're saying predicts today is whenever you have two groups of animals or plants or organisms in general that are genetically similar, then we predict that we should find fossils that have intermediate anatomy between them. And then we go and we find those. Why should that pattern happen in a creationist model when it's necessitated by an evolutionary model?
It's not strictly necessitated by an evolutionary model. I've explained this before. It's not. That's a non
It
sequitur
is
to say
necessitated that modern
similarities.
organisms derive from a common ancestor. That is a necessity.
Doc, thank you for ignoring the elephant in the room. It's a logical non sequitur to look at two organisms and say because they share things in common, therefore common ancestry must be true. That is a logical non sequitur.
Wait.
Yeah, that's true.
T-Rock, stop. Is that logical to do with a paternity test?
Sure.
Okay, so the logic applies to a paternity test where in a court of law, even, you could say, well, because you have genetic similarities with your father, that proves in this court of law that you're related. But that logic suddenly can no longer be applied between species for...
It doesn't actually mean that they're
because
related.
of too many changes, too many differences between the species.
And why would that have any bearing on it whatsoever?
Because it's not the same original created thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it totally makes sense.
Grayson.
Yeah, it does.
I gotta go, guys.
Oh, yeah, see you, T-Rock. God bless, man.
But we never got to hear about how creationism could be used to predict Tiktaalik.
No, we predict that there could be...
Just show us transitions and transitions between transitions. Please, just show us that.
Yeah, okay, we can do that. So if
Which
Australopithecus is the missing link between humans and a more basal ape ancestors, what are the transitions between Australopithecus and Homo sapiens? Oh, Homo habilis. Well, what about before Australopithecus? Oh, Ardipithecus. Okay, well, what about before that? Oh, Sahelanthropus. But what about after Homo habilis? Oh, Homo erectus. Right, we can continue going on
No, I
all
actually want to
day.
see them transitioning. I don't want you. I actually want to see this transition.
Google it, my guy.
No, that's...
Oh my god.
That's
You
crazy.
literally have all of this knowledge at your fingertips. I just named for you all the things that you can put in your magical Google device, and you can see them for yourself.
Here,
Well, there's
let
a
me
big
ask a
difference
question.
between
All that is
apes
mythology, man.
and humans.
Let me ask a quick question. To the creationists here, what is evolution? What does evolution say happens?
Evolution
Things changing
says
over time.
everything's related. Everything's connected to each other by relationship, a direct relationship genetically That's what evolution
Okay,
claims.
that's one answer. Robert, do you have
Right, and
one?
that's nonsense. That's nonsense because you can't get
I'm
all
just
the
looking for your
changes
answers,
in.
please.
You can't get that many changes in millions because you got to go
We
from
can get
one
to that
thing
in a minute,
to
Jungle.
another
I'm
thing
just asking for answers to that
to
question for
another
now.
thing to another thing. Billions and billions and trillions of transitional changes, which is just it's nonsense. It's total nonsense
Here,
to begin with. And it's all
Robert and
rapid. You're
Remeski,
never going to get
do you
anywhere
two
with
have
these
an
kind
answer
of.
for my question?
You're
Or
never going to get anywhere with these kinds of arguments. But I do have a topic
yeah,
maybe
Jungle, you
more
don't know
interesting.
where I'm going with my
So
argument.
you're never gonna get anywhere with these kind of arguments.
Yeah, you're never going to get anywhere. I mean, you go from a guppy to, and then you need the genetic information for another kind of fish, and then you need genetic information for a lizard. Then you need
Jungle,
genetic
we can
information
get to
for an
that.
amphibian. No, you're
Can
not
I
going to
please
get
just
it.
get an answer to my
You're never
question?
going to get that amount of changes by making mistakes.
Jungle, I get it. Robert or Remeski, can you please answer my question?
My definition. I mean, I believe that evolution is just changes over time, like things developing.
Okay, that's another answer. Remeski, do you have one? I don't know if you're here. Okay. So in biology, evolution is generally defined as a change in a population of organisms over time through successive generations.
All
Now,
assumptions.
this is generally genetics. It can also be expression of genes or just environmental factors changing. It can be a lot of things. That is what evolution says. Now, if evolution happened, what would we expect to see? Can you guys name any predictions evolution might make with the definition I've given you?
Mistakes writing information that's not there. That's what I like to see. Okay, so I have another topic of discussion. Maybe it'd be more interesting than this one because this is really, really boring. So these
Is everyone else
topics, these
bored? Because
rabbit
I'm
holes,
trying to go down a line
these
here.
rabbit holes are really, really boring. But I got a topic in physics. Maybe you'd be interested in discussing it.
I mean, this is a debate about evolution.
Yeah, well, physics is part of the claim of evolution too.
Well, here, Robert, are you willing to engage with my line of questioning?
I mean,
Oh,
why
physics
not?
is not a good topic. Oh,
Okay, why not? So, like I asked before, if my definition for evolution is, if you take that definition, can you make any predictions about what we might see in the natural world?
Things changing. I mean, based on like changes in population and stuff like that. Well,
Yeah,
for instance,
populations changing over successive generations.
yeah, like if you have like more, if you have more brown-eyed people than blue-eyed people, there's going to be more brown-eyed people, stuff like that.
Sure. Let's say those brown-eyed people move to a place with very little light, and the more light you can get into your eyes, the better you can see. Any expectations on what we might see?
this whole adaptation and responding to the
Well,
environment
you'd expect to see some adaptations, yeah, but
and
what would you
responses
expect
to
to
the
see?
environments, right?
Yeah, it's
response to the environment, right?
Yeah, you'd expect to see a response.
Right.
Maybe
But it
there could be
doesn't
some
change.
physical
It
changes given
doesn't
enough time.
change. It doesn't change what the organism is because it doesn't have information to be anything
Well,
else.
I agree that they would still be humans,
Right.
but there would be changes, like let's say maybe bigger eyes or darker eyes, something like that. And those changes would be reflected in their anatomy and their genetics.
Right.
And if you're looking at the skeletons of the original
But
population
they would
versus the new
still be
population,
human eyes,
you would
though.
see differences. Yeah, they
They
are
would
still
still be
humans.
human
That's the
eyes. They
cool
wouldn't
thing.
be octopus eyes or any other kind of eyes.
No,
They
they wouldn't
wouldn't
be.
change
They
into
would
other.
still be human. And evolution doesn't say that they will not be.
But you understand
Ever
that there's
you
not
evolve.
nearly enough time to get from one animal to another animal to another animal to another animal to another animal to another
Well,
animal
we never
because you
specified how
need
long.
the information to do that. Now we're shutting
Well,
down. I can't even talk
informa-
about my physics
well, just
discussion.
information comes about via mutation and some gene expression. There's a lot of different factors.
Anyway,
But
I was talking
populations
with
do
somebody.
change.
I was talking with
That's
somebody.
all
You guys
evolution
talked for
predicts.
4 hours. I was talking with somebody, and I got him to admit the speed of light changes because the measures of time and distance change.
Okay, but
So the speed of light is
populations
not
change,
constant.
evolution happens.
So the
There's the
speed of
debate.
light is not constant.
Y'all are arguing totally different things, but no, Jungle. The speed of light is constant. It's called c.
Yeah, the measures change though, based.
Yeah,
T
name an
minus
example.
10 seconds, guys. We're almost
The
at the 5-hour
measures
mark. It's been
change.
fun.
Name an
Distance
Donnie's
example.
losing his
changes,
mind.
time changes, the speed
Everybody
of
get
light
as many
name an
arguments as you can
example,
in
End
10
of
Jungle.
story.
seconds.
Name an
End
example.
of story. You
Name
don't know
one
what
example.
you don't know what the time dilation and distance dilation,
4,
gravitational waves and gravitational lensing.
2,
You don't
Yeah,
know what that
and
is.
guess what? Gravitational
1,
waves travel at the speed of light, and so does light, even in
That's
time
not what I'm
dilation.
saying. Not what I'm saying.
0.